my left this corner of the room. But please join me in welcoming to the College of DuPage, Dr. Michael Parenti.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I was thinking that the title of this talk, The Darker Myths of Empire, is probably a misnomer. It really should be The Darker Truths of Empire, because I am going to talk about some of the myths, too. And what there is really, there's an enormous disparity between what empires actually do and how they're represented in history. This is what I've found, that empires are pretty much written about by people who live in the imperial countries. And so the treatment of empires is rather celebratory. Empires are often represented as creations of peace. They're even given names of peace, right? Pax Romana, the Roman peace. The Roman peace was a brutal, bloody world conquest, as I'll mention in more detail in a minute. Pax Britannica, and there's even Pax Americana, which was, it's been the title of at least two books, one many years ago by Ronald Steele. Empires are often represented as bringing stability, justice, and prosperity to their subject peoples. They're represented as selfish things, large impersonal organizations that bring order where once there had been disorder. Just so you don't think I'm attacking straw men, oh, who says that, who thinks that way? Let me read to you from one great student of empire. He wrote a masterpiece of a multi-volume work. It's called The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Edward Gibbon. Now, this is what Edward Gibbon says. The obedience of the Roman world was uniform, voluntary, and permanent. The vanquished nations blended into one great people. They resigned the hope, nay, even the wish, of resuming their independence. The vast Roman Empire was governed by absolute power under the guidance of virtue and wisdom. Yeah, right. That's the description he gives. I mean, not a word here about an empire built on shattered armies, sacked towns, burned crops, raped women, slaughtered herds, enslaved prisoners of war, oppressively overtaxed populations. Not a word about that. Empires are even sometimes represented as unintentional. That's when it really starts to get cute. This should have been called maybe the funnier myths of empire, this part of it. The product of unconscious circumstance. When I was a youth, in my salad days, I used to hear that the British Empire was put together in a fit of absent-mindedness. Did everybody else ever hear of that? It was an old saying. It used to be an old saying about the British Empire. I see only some of the old-timers are nodding. I'm glad that phrase has gone out of style. Cyril Robinson, a British historian, he says the same thing about the Roman Empire. He says it about both of them, his empire and the Romans. He says, it was perhaps almost as true of Rome as of Great Britain, that she acquired her world domination in a fit of absence of mind. How do you build an empire in a fit of absence of mind? How do you do that? You just kind of get up and say, oh, let's go conquer Gaul today. Oh, did I say that? Or what are those armies doing up there? No. John Morley, English political leader and writer, talking about the British Empire, 1877. We have had imposed upon us by the unlucky prowess of our ancestors the task of ruling millions of alien dependents. We undertake it with a disinterestedness and execute it with a skill of administration to which history supplies no parallel. Yeah, again, I mean, let's deconstruct that a minute, would you? I mean, millions of alien dependents? Who made them dependents? They didn't ask to be made dependents on the British. They were brutally conquered by the British. They were independents until the British came along. You didn't inherit them. You went out and got this whole thing. And it wasn't undertaken with a disinterestedness. And it goes on like that. The US, too. Here, very recently, the year 2003, The Economist, a conservative British publication, no author. Empires are born in funny ways, and sometimes via the law of unintended consequences, by accident. And so with the American empire. I mean, it's really interesting, isn't it? We hear that today also in a slightly different idiom. We hear that the United States, in terms of the United States, we hear the United States was, I mean, that's the first one where I found the absent-mindedness thing used again. But generally, there's another way of saying, say, the United States was thrusted onto the world stage. Or after World War II, we found ourselves having to take up the mantle of world leader. But we were just thrusted into this thing. They never say who did the thrusting. You know, the Canadians and the Mexicans kind of pushing us and saying, come on. Go rule the world, maybe. Leave us alone for a while or something. I don't know. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I think a moment's reflection would tell you that empires are products of deliberate contrivance, of deliberate confection, planning, calculation, and manipulation. No social order can maintain itself in the long run. No social order can maintain itself without conscious human agency. In fact, that's why you have a state. The state is the conscious human agency of coercion to maintain a particular set of interests and order, which don't necessarily always look out for our interests, you know. Americans have been taught, that empires and imperialism are something that other countries do. When I was in the 6th grade, my teacher said to us, the United States is the only advanced country that does not have colonies. We do not have colonies. And we'd look on this we had this big map, and there'd be these of the United States, and there'd be these box inserts all around the sides. There'd be Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines. I'm really dating myself. These were not independent, and nor were they states yet. In fact, Puerto Rico is still owned by the U.S. So we'd say to her, Miss Myers, what are these blocks here? What are those? Aren't those our colonies? She said, the United States does not have colonies. It has territories or possessions. So, see, that's the magic of words. You wish away, or you define away all sorts of brutal histories and realities by just using a different word. You got the administration today in Washington saying that the Geneva Convention does not apply to the people who are being held in captivity under very bad conditions at Guantanamo by the United States, because they're not prisoners of war. They're enemy combatants. But you know, enemy combatant incarcerated by your military, that's the definition of a prisoner of war. That's what a prisoner of war is. You get the enemy's combatant and you make prisoners out of them. So this use of, it's interesting how terms are now just being used to wish away things and situations. And this has happened with empire as with any of these other deceptions. The denial of empire in the U.S. was made easier by the rather early innovation of what's called neo-imperialism or neo-colonialism. Imperialism is the thing that empires do. So all those years when the communists were saying the US is a capitalist imperialist nation, and we used to say, oh, a lot of commie rhetoric, turns out it's true. We are. We go out and we control, not we, they, the people who run this country, go out and control other places. But much of that control with the American empire in the very early stage was neo-colonial or neo-imperialist. And neo-imperialism was practiced, for instance, with Cuba. In 1905, after controlling Cuba for about 7 years, direct occupation with US troops, the Americans turned around to the Cubans and said, look, we stole you fair and square from the Spaniards in a war which the Spaniards didn't even want to fight. They were willing to negotiate and leave Cuba and all that, but we really didn't want them to leave because then we'd have no excuse to invade you and invade the Philippines and take that from Spain and invade Puerto Rico, invade Guam, annex the Hawaii Islands, all these things that we did. So we stole you fair and square, but it doesn't look so good. We being a republic and a democracy, it doesn't look so good to have a colony. Miss Myers in 6th grade wouldn't approve of it. No, they didn't say that. But so they said, so we're going to give you your independence, and you're going to have your own flag. It's going to be red, white, and blue, but you get only 1 star because you're just a little island, you know. And you'll have your own money. You won't have to use US dollars. You can use pesos or whatever you want. And you can put your own leaders on your money. You don't have to have George Washington. We're flex on this. You can have that. You have your Guardia Civile who will take care, make sure the people stay in line and crack heads. And if they can't do it that well, we have a little clause here in this treaty which says the US Marines can come in any time to clean house on you. And so your own independence, you can continue to speak Spanish even. How's that? And the only thing you do for us in exchange is we will continue to control and own your tobacco industry, your sugar industry, and control all your imports and exports and your nickel mines and your oil refineries and all your relationships with third nations, you know, and other nations other than us. We will have a final say on all of that. So you're independent. Enjoy. Go out there and enjoy. So what you do is you give them the husk of independence, the shell of it, and you just take the substance of it. That's what neo-imperialism is like. Now, what's happened in recent years is it's become acceptable to refer to the United States as an empire. When I wrote Against Empire, which first came out 10 years ago, I mean, I had people come up and say, oh, come on, Parenti, aren't you going over the top? I mean, empire, what are you talking, U.S. as an empire? Now there's about 20 books out on the U.S. empire, isn't there? Sorrows of Empire, The Follies of Empire, The Crimes of Empire, Empire at the Crossroads, Empire in Crisis. I mean, just go out. Everybody's using the term. It's become a hot term. And it's good to know I was ahead of my pack here on this. And what's even more interesting is that the term empire has become acceptable to conservative commentators. You can turn on Fox and you can hear people say things like, well, we're the strongest nation in the world and we're a superpower and we have every right to act like a superpower and we better act like a superpower. I mean, it's almost as if this power gives you entitlement. We're an empire, and we better get used to the idea that we're an empire. And this is the kind of thing. We're an empire with all the obligations and opportunities and responsibilities of empire. So, what's left out again from all this history, all this commentary, is why empires? That was another thing I found. was not. Is this on, by the way? Yeah, yeah. I feel there it is. Maybe I have to get a little closer. Why do people go out and conquer other places? It's usually assumed. I mean, you can read a whole history of the Mongol Empire, you know, or they, you know, and such. And Genghis Khan came here, and then they went here, and they destroyed these towns, and they went there, and they fought that battle, and they did, and all these details, and all through. But nobody ever asked, well, why? Why are they doing all this stuff? Is this just stuff happens again? You know, it's just in a fit of ferocious absent-mindedness, they're at it again? Or what is it? Actually, it's not conquest just for conquest's sake. It's not power just for power's sake. It's rarely power just for power's sake. Of course, individuals try to pursue and project their careers to get up there, to get into positions of power, and will sell their souls for anything. But generally, even they have to operate in a field of interest. There are interests involved. There are very real material interests at stake. There's plunder, and there's tribute, and there are resources and markets, and there's expropriating the land and the crops and the natural resources and the minerals and the wealth and the cheap labor, or in the case of Rome, the slave labor. Let me go back again and read you something else about the Roman Empire. It gets wearisome to read what all the British imperialist chroniclers say about the Roman imperialists, and the Roman imperialists themselves, what they say. So, let me give you a Roman imperialist, Sallust, writing at the time of Julius Caesar. This is what he says about Rome. Avarice was a thing almost unknown. Justice and righteousness were upheld, not so much by law, but by natural instinct. They governed by conferring benefits on their subjects, not by intimidation. That's what he said about the Roman Empire. I mean, it's mind-boggling, you know? It's really rather mind-boggling. Is he talking about the Romans who went into Egypt and plundered and stripped that entire rich kingdom and tore up everything that ever there and turned it into a granary which they plundered? If you want to know why so many countries in the third world are so poor, just look at the history of imperialism. They weren't naturally and inevitably poor. They were made poor. Underdevelopment was something that was imposed on them. They were developing. They had wealth. Many of them had very advanced civilizations. They were forced back and plundered and impoverished. Going back to Rome, King Mithridates, when the Romans came in to his small kingdom, he said, "The Romans have constantly had the same cause, a cause for making war upon all nations, peoples, and kings, the insatiable desire for empire and wealth." And wealth, there's another word, and wealth. He put those together, empires and wealth. Caledonian chief, Caledonia is area, part of what we now call Scotland, right? Calgacus, or Calgacus, I don't know how it's pronounced. "You find in the Romans an arrogance which no reasonable submission can elude. Brigands of the world, they have exhausted the land by their indiscriminate plunder. They create a desolation and call it peace. Our goods and money are consumed by taxation. Our land is stripped of its harvest to fill their granaries." Now we're getting a little closer to things, aren't we? Now we can see what it is. Empires are enormously profitable, mostly for the ruling class. Empires are also enormously costly, mostly for the common populace. The people of Rome didn't do too well on the empires. They got a grain dole and that was it. They often paid the price in blood. They were piled up in tenements and like, and that's the truth of every empire. The empire feeds off the resources of the republic. And that was true of the Roman Empire in its days, right to the late Republic. That was true of the British Empire, and that's true today. The people pay the taxes and do without essentials so that the patricians can pursue their far-off plunder. The center is bled so that the perimeter can expand. Athens is defunded and starved so that Sparta can batten and grow ever more powerful. We see that happening today right here in this country. $200 billion being spent in Iraq. We don't know where 1/3 the money's going. The Pentagon has admitted at least 1/3 of the money is totally unaccountable. They just don't know. We're talking about billions of dollars here. We don't know where that money's going. Yeah, I'm finally picking up the microphone. My throat was straining there. A few giant oil cartels are reeking it in. They now have control of an oil resource. They don't have direct ownership. They prefer to keep it in nominal ownership to the Iraqi government. But they have control now of an oil reserve which at today's prices must be over $5 trillion. $5 trillion. You could say, well, that's an oil supply that's for us consumers. We'd be without oil to heat our homes and fuel our cars. No, you wouldn't be without oil. When the Iraqis owned their own oil, they were happy to sell it to the U.S. at market prices. In fact, that's what the first Gulf War was about. Saddam Hussein wanted he wanted a bigger piece of the world oil quota. And George Bush Sr. was keeping him out and saying no. Iraqi crude is some of the best in the world. It's the second largest reserve in the world. Oil prices were very low. He would glut the market. Prices would go down. You know what happens when prices go down in oil? Their profits go down. You know what happens when prices go up? Their profits go up. As you can see just recently, record profits by the oil companies. We pay for that. We pay in the taxes. We paid that $200 billion. We pay, every community in this country pays that. I go all over this country speaking, and I pick up the papers, and it often looks like this. I'm in the same place every time. The same story every time. City council votes cuts in the budget. State legislature facing large deficit. This and that. Schools closing, libraries closing, hospital closing, lack of funding, so forth, so on. The empire feeds off the republic. Somebody's got to pay for that. They got more money than they can even count or hold accountable there in Iraq. Very little of it has gone to the Iraqi people. The water purification plants still haven't been put into function yet. After 3 years, very few of them. The electrical systems in many places, neighborhoods in Baghdad where you get 4 hours of electricity if you're lucky, so forth. Where is all the money going, everyone's asking? Well, for some people, empire is quite profitable. Don't ever say that George Bush's policy in Iraq isn't working. It's working. It's just not working for you, or for me, or for the Iraqis. But it's working for certain interests. It's working in the way that empires have always worked. To say George Bush's policy isn't working is a senseless comment. It's not a political comment. It's not a politically defined comment. So discard it, because you have to say, working for whom? Whose interest? Cui bono is the Latin phrase. Who benefits? Who gets the payoff on this? And just because many of our liberal commentators don't know what they're doing, doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing. You get it? And when you think those who rule you, when you think those who rule the wealth and control the markets and the labor and the resources of society and set the wages and define the labor market and control the media culture and all that, when you think they're stupid, then you're being stupid. You got that? Okay. If you learn that tonight, and you don't know, and if you know that and you don't know anything else, you know more than if you know everything else, but you don't know that. So you got to really know that. Now, empires never stand naked in their rapacity. They never stand naked in their violent injustice. They don't turn to their people who have to pay the price of empire in taxation and the blood of our brothers and sisters and sons and daughters and fathers and mothers. They don't have to pay for that, but they got to tell these people something. And so they give their people a host of rationales. And this brings us to the darker myths now. I just gave you some of the darker truths. Here are some of the myths that, as you know, are always put about in this country and elsewhere. We're told that they're fighting for the security and the survival of our nation. We're told that they're fighting for democracy, for bringing it to others, for humanitarian rescues, to oppose dictators, to get rid of a man like Saddam Hussein. You see, right there, let's pause on that one a minute. How many of you have heard that part of this was to fight to get rid of Saddam Hussein? All of you have heard that, I know. How many of you have heard that it was the United States that put Saddam Hussein in power? Oh, this is a politically literate audience. Well, let me tell you, there are millions of people out there who don't hear it, and it's not their fault, because you can't hear it. You did not hear it on ABC, NBC, CBS, and what's that other one? I can't remember. In 1968, the Iraqis had a democratic popular revolution. They overthrew the autocracy. They kicked out the British and American oil companies. They nationalized their oil. They nationalized their economy. They were developing a viable, communitarian, different kind of society. The CIA picked out very early Saddam Hussein. His first gig was an assassination. When Saddam finally came to power as head of the Ba'athist Party, he went out there and he exterminated either exterminated or drove them into exile or drove them underground. He exterminated every constitutionalist, every Democrat, every communist, every progressive, every reformist in Iraq. And when he was doing that, and he was torturing people and doing horrible things, when they say this about him, they're telling the truth. What they leave out is that it was the CIA that put him in there. They leave out that little detail. They don't tell the people that. When he was doing that, when he was at his worst back in the 70s and early 80s, he was Washington's poster boy. They couldn't get enough of him. Saddam Hussein, he's pro-West. He's our ally. He's pro-American. They gave him aid. They gave him bacteriological stuff to use against the Iranians. They sigged him on the Iranians because they didn't like Iran's nationalizing their oil and all that. It's when Saddam Hussein started committing economic nationalism, when he got out of line on the oil prices and the oil quotas, when he made it clear he wasn't going to privatize his economy, when he started developing his country and committing economic nationalism, as opposed to what you should do in a neo-colonial empire. In a neo-colonial empire, if you are a faithful servant of that empire, you are a comprador leader. That is, you lead your people, but you respond to what Washington wants. You say, come on in, boys, it's all yours. Take it, the natural resources, the oil, whatever you want. Our people get out of line, we'll crack them down. You just give me the aid, give me the guns, give me all that, and I'll take care of them, and you take care of me, take care of my brother Jose, my cousin this and that, or whatever, if it's Latin America, or if it's Africa, or Middle East, wherever it might be. And there's no environmental protection laws here, there's no minimum wage to worry about, there's no child labor laws to worry about, there's no occupational safety laws, you don't have any of that trouble cutting in. This is capitalism working at its best. This is the way the free market is meant to work. None of those regulations, none of those kind of things. You don't have to pay your workers paid vacations. You don't have to pay them pensions. You don't have to worry about medical care or any of that stuff. This is straight free market, all on your terms. You can pay them 18 cents an hour and you'll get richer and richer. It's all yours. Those are the kind of leaders who are called pro-West, staunch allies of the U.S., pro-American.
This is so good.
And the ones who challenge that, the ones who go against that, the ones who pose an alternative way
Maybe
of
we'll
using
just
the land,
watch
the
Parenti
labor, the
speak
natural
for like
resources,
an hour.
and the markets
That's
of
the
the country.
truth today.
Those are the ones who are called anti-American, anti-West. What does that mean, anti-West?
What does that mean, anti-West? It means subversive. All right, and as you know,
Did somebody ask about? Oh,
no, it's just what Michael Parenti said.
do you have it muted in the back?
Oh shit. Where the
Okay.
hell is it? Oh, here we go. There.
Unelectable Airways, what's up? Sam, as always, what's up?
What's good,
How is
everybody? Hope you had easy time with the fam, or if you didn't see them at all, you know, I
Yeah, I
hope you
can't
just
hear you.
had like a halfway decent like weekend.
Johnny, I can't hear you. Can anyone hear John? Am I the only one that can't hear Johnny, or can
You got to be kidding me.
anybody in chat?
Is your mic connected? Because I can hear you.
I hear you both. Okay, so there's something wrong with me specifically. Why wouldn't I be able to hear you?
Wait, no. Here. Hang on.
Hey, I hear you now. Okay, I hear you now.
Yeah, no, it's because I have the Discord call going. That's why it was echoing. You need to end the Discord call and connect your mic to StreamYard.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you the whole time.
I can't. I lost you again. I completely closed the Discord call.
All right. Can you hear me now?
What did you do a second ago that I could hear you?
Okay. Hang on. You have. Hey, can you hear me? Oh my god.
It wouldn't be a Parenti stream without microphone issues.
No,
the ghost
it
of
would
Parenti
not.
has descended upon the Subversive History stream to tamper with our microphones in a in the jesting spirit.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Johnny, you can hear me though, right? Can you just
Yes, somehow. All right. Yep. All right.
All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. I think I got it.
Do you got it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I had to go
can you
into
hear me?
settings. I had to go into settings. This never happened to me before. Out of all the times I've just jumped into StreamYard, for some reason it had me it had my settings changed to like some random headphones or something like that, and I had to change it back to my speakers. We've done all these streams. That's literally never happened. Every time I jumped into StreamYard, it worked with my speakers. I'm not sure why that happened. Just a little playful, disturbances from Michael Parenti, the spirit of Parenti.
All right. It's been blessed by the spirit of Parenti. We are Subversive History. We are an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-fascist stream.
Oh, that's
And,
particularly relevant. That's particularly relevant for today.
we are particularly anti-fascist. Yeah, we're going to be going over like the banger of the last fucking half a century. Blackshirts and Reds, Rational
The number
Fascism and the
one
Overthrow of Communism.
the number one that you'll probably find like the most ubiquitous number one recommendation of like depending on what kind of circles you're running in, the number one suggested required reading for like introductory to leftism uh, type of information. And it's special for me because this is the very first political book that I ever read in my like later 20s, when I first started becoming a little bit more politically aware. I kind of through recommendations of a friend. I kind of leapfrogged over the more sock demi anarchisty kind of stuff. Not that there's certainly value to a lot of that stuff, and actually, as I've read more, I've read quite a bit of like certain economic books and things like that. So I'm not saying that to disparage anything, but I think I read this book so early in my political development that 95% of the information just was not retained in any meaningful way. So being able to read this years later, after many books read, especially books that revolve around fascism, World War II history, Cold War history, it is refreshing and enlightening to revisit this classic, and just to know how visionary and correct Perenni has proved himself year after year. And I said the same thing when we read Inventing Reality, and I'm saying it again now.
I mean, like, look, this book was pretty early for me too. Parenti in general is like foundational to the way I look at the world today. But Blackshirts and Reds is especially important, right? Because it's like probably the starter kit for, like, what would you call it? Like anti-imperialism, or just like, beginning to break down like concisely and cohesively that like actually the Soviet Union was not the same thing as Nazi Germany, which I think is like the most important aspect of the book that I think a lot of people like forget to mention, or it's like kind of overlooked, because like by the time like you're reading this, right, you're already like in for the cause, you know what I mean? And that like, people forget that there's a lot of people, a lot of very how would you call it, like
horseshoe oriented individuals,
gullible people that like try to make the argument that like, oh, the Soviet Union was the same thing as Nazi Germany.
I wouldn't use the word gullible, and that's the reason I say that is because there is an extremely strong current in mainstream political science, or should I say like the Overton window establishment, that really does, purport such a thing. And it's really easy, to consume that type of that context of history. And history is not like a science, you know what I mean? Like it's not like a process of definitive, of anything definitive. You can buy 10 books about the same historical event, and each one might be from a different perspective of a segment in that society, or a different context, or a different a semblance of evidence that makes a different type of narrative. And we have to like really look at this in the broadest sense, and then piece together what is the most logical inferences that can be made from that. Or maybe it would be the most logical deduction that you can make from that. But aside from it, the thing is with history is that, as we've already established in here, not only in our readings of Inventing Reality, but also a lot in The Divide, is that the Cold War from the United States side, from the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies like that of Britain and things like that, the Cold War, and thus the historical and geopolitical, I don't know if that's even right, implications of like this, West good, East bad, liberalism, freedom and democracy, socialism, tyrannical, totalitarianism, dictatorship, murder factory, was large. There's so much misinformation that was intentionally distributed. And in this vein, kind of what you're saying is that there's this, even from leftist perspectives, this equivocation between Soviet Union and fascist empires of World War II.
Yeah.
Is present in like the works such as like Orwell. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like this, where you see this kind of like development of this different strand of or this like separate strand of leftism. And, as we've touched on here before, many works of Orwell were intentionally distributed by these kinds of like anti-colonial intelligence agencies, whether he was a witting or unwitting pawn of the, Western intelligence agencies. You can't help but argue, you can't help but at least acknowledge that he was being used in that way. So you always have to like take that as a, take it with a grain of salt when you're entertaining that viewpoint.
Well, like that's what I'm getting at, is that like it doesn't necessarily, you don't necessarily need to be what's the word, like wittingly or willingly like supporting like the West or the imperialist project, right? But if the things that you are doing and saying, right, are advantageous to a narrative that they are trying to, sell people, then yeah, you're absolutely going to be like, co-opted, no matter like what the intent is.
And I'm just saying that because I'm trying to be as objective as I can, and I'm trying to be like, oh, hey, I haven't read any kind of like actual evidence that Orwell was a willing and that he understood exactly what he was doing. He may have, and obviously he had his beliefs, which, whether he liked it or not, did line up with that of like the Cold War West, and that's why he was used as a mouthpiece of the narrative that they were looking to proliferate. I was just being, charitable. I'm not trying. I like to take what I can factually, and the facts is that much of Orwell's work, and it says right on the Wikipedia page, you can go and look at this, you can attribute a lot of his literary reputation to the fact that he was intentionally mass produced by these publishing houses that were created by like the British version of the CIA. It's like the IRD, the Information Research Department.
My last thing on Orwell, because like I don't fucking care, is what the fuck is it? Like, no matter like whatever flowery language he used, whatever his literature was, at the end of the day, he still ruined the lives of many like communists that were like gay, people of color, that kind of shit. And that's reason enough for me to say like, fuck him.
Yeah,
entirely. Well, he was a cop. He was a snitch. He was a cop of Burma.
I've heard people try to defend him as being like, oh, he was, he was just putting away Stalinists that wanted to like perpetuate some kind of like a gulag system somewhere, I guess. But if you look at it, the people that were on his list was Paul Robeson and who was the other guy? Who's the
Paul
jazz
Robeson,
guy?
Like,
I think it was Charlie Chaplin, right?
Right.
Like, so the if you consider Paul Robeson and Charlie Chaplin to be these like deviant I don't think we should be entertaining any bullshit like that. I'm sorry. I think that's corny. Yeah. I also know good anarchists as well. I used to volunteer at an anarchist bookstore, and they actually had Blackshirts and Reds that they sold there.
Yeah.
They had a lot of stuff that I really disagreed with, but we all got along relatively well.
Look,
so
anarchists in real
I'm not
life.
I'm not big on like gulag joking and like get the wall joking and things like that. I don't really like perpetuating that, like, socialists or Marxists are like, gonna like, go through like murderous campaigns if they ever, achieve power somewhere.
Right, and we're gonna get to like some very stark.
Feel free to say it in the chat. I really don't give a fuck, but I might say it's corny. I don't know.
Look, and there's like a very clear, discerning difference between like, terminally online, like anarchism, and like the anarchists that I've met that I'm still friends with in my everyday life.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love y'all. You can all say whatever you want in the chat. I love you. I would never say that we don't engage in that.
Matt, I think you should just go off, King. Like,
yeah. So let's say, Paul Robeson. is, in my opinion, one of the most astounding people to have ever existed on the planet Earth. And his story that is like utterly incredible. The story of the son of a slave that overcame every racial barrier that was placed in front of him systemically to become not only like an amazing theater actor, singer, political voice, but also like he played in like the NFL, like you know,
And he was
all
from
of
fucking New Jersey.
and he's from New Jersey. Like he was literally like he was literally like a Renaissance man of like the most like that one of the most like complete and like interesting people to have ever lived. And because of his you know, leftist leanings, outright socialist leanings, outright communist leanings, he was like pretty much like stricken from the fucking you know, public record. And like, you know, one of the earliest like, he should be held among other civil rights visionaries, but he's not. He's like, he's almost an unknown fucking
You know why, right?
citizen of the United States.
You know why though, right?
Because he was like complete, because he was a communist.
He defended Stalin during like the House of Un-American Activities trial, and like because of that, after like that happened, and then after the fucking secret speech that like literally split apart like every socialist and like commie organization in America, like they just like cut him out of everything.
Right.
He was alive and around for like all the stuff going on in the 60s, but they wanted nothing to do with him, especially after the secret speech. And like especially because of like how like, you know, commie he was, or openly commie. But like, you know, the fact still is that like, you know, George Orwell did something to fuck over this man's life. Like, you know, a living shonen anime character that just like spoke 11 different languages and like was all American, like, you know, and went and did. There's just so much you could talk about with him.
I have a great book. I have a great book on him that it would be great to it would be awesome to cover. You know, eventually at some point when we fall into that lane. But today we're talking about Blackshirts and Reds by Michael Peretti. And yeah, I certainly don't want to entertain too much sectarianism here. I'm a very open-minded and objective individual, and I think that we can all come together here and you know, discuss ideas. And you know, really what we're doing here is we're not making any kind of like definitive claims about things. We're taking books and we're analyzing books and we're pulling them up on the historical record, and we're just hoping that we can like digest them and then regurgitate them to you in maybe a way that's a little bit more palatable, a little bit more detailed than if you wanted to sit down and read the book on your own.
Yeah,
So that's our intention here.
More than anything, like this isn't a stream about like, you know, where you're just gonna hear like, you know, Pat and mine's opinion on whatever the hell it is that we're reading. You know, for the majority of the time, we want to be just like basically giving you the information that's in the book and hopefully inspiring you to read the book and read the book along with us. And that's why we do it chapter by chapter, and we don't just, you know, read the entire fucking thing and then give you like, you know, 4 hours of like this Sparks Notes version of the text. You know what I mean?
Speaking of reading along with us, I just linked a copy to the PDF if anybody wants to read it. I mean, this is probably one of the most easily found PDFs on the internet if you really want it. You don't really need to visit the chat here. It's not like I mined this out of some like esoteric book library of like illegal texts. I mean, I think Peretti books are like probably some of the most, you know, easily obtained PDF books if you want to get a hold of them. But regardless, just if you save you a couple clicks, there it is.
And you can also find it on YouTube, like everywhere as an audiobook.
The first thing that I want to do here is read the preface. Do you mind if it's not the whole preface? It's like the first page, but I think really offers like an extremely succinct summarization of what this book's about. Is that all right with you, Johnny?
That's fine. I didn't even bother.
All right. For Blackshirts and Reds, this book invites those immersed in the prevailing orthodoxy of democratic capitalism to entertain iconoclastic views, to question the shibboleths of free market mythology and the persistence of both right and left anti-communism, and to consider anew with a receptive but not uncritical mind, the historic efforts of the much maligned Reds and other revolutionaries. Even people on the left have internalized the liberal conservative ideology that equates fascism and communism as equally totalitarian twins, two major mass movements of the 20th century. This book attempts to show the enormous differences between fascism and communism, both past and present, both in theory and practice, especially in regard to questions of social equality, private capital accumulation, and class interest. The Orthodox mythology also would have us believe that the Western democracies, with the United States leading the way, have opposed both totalitarian systems with equal vigor. In fact, U.S. leaders have been dedicated above all to making the world safe for global corporate investment and the private profit system. Pursuant of this goal, they have used fascism to protect capitalism, while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. In the pages ahead, I discuss how capitalism propagates and profits from fascism, the value of revolution and the advancement of human condition, the causes and effects of the destruction of communism, the continuing relevance of Marxism and class analysis, and the heartless nature of corporate class power. And that's just a 2-paragraph preface that kind of like summarizes the undertones of the book and generally the thesis that's trying to be accomplished in the ensuing pages.
And I can tell you right now, it does it.
Right. So let's see here. Where do we get started?
Well, I mean, we can start with Rational Fascism.
Right.
And
yeah.
what
First chapter here is called Rational Fascism, and this is only like this is a 22-page chapter,
Yeah.
and the amount of information that it summarizes here is extensive, and it's it proves that this book is a really good kind of like shorthand pamphlet version of like a very, very complex topic. Just off of these 22 pages, I've pulled articles and articles and articles of and books, entire books that are written over specific subjects that are detailed here in a very succinct and digestible manner. So we can go over some of those, which is what I wanted to do here, is just go over these piece by piece and offer some like additional evidence and illustration as best we can. So I think one of the main interests here is one of the main points here that we start out with is whose interests did Mussolini and Hitler support? And I think that's important because in this orthodoxy or this mythology that Perenni is alluding to, I think he's stating that fascism is some kind of like an aberration of liberal capitalism, and that, you know what I mean, the two are not necessarily intertwined, or like maybe that the interests of big business or industrialists may not be particularly tied to the objectives of fascism.
I think right in the first paragraph, he says, like, when I entered the shop and asked the clerk why such items were being offered, in reference to T-shirts with the visage of Benito Mussolini, the shopkeeper says, well, some people like them, and, you know, maybe we need someone like Mussolini in this country. His comment was a reminder that fascism survives as something more than a historical curiosity. And I think especially with that election that happened this past year, what, like 2 months ago? Not even? Like, it's a bigger sign than ever that, like, yeah, it's still around. It hasn't gone anywhere.
Right. And I mean, I would say, like, you know, I think a lot of people might use this term like hyperbolically, but I do believe, and I really don't mean to sound like I said, hyperbolic when I say this, that, you know, Donald Trump is likely the closest brush to fascism that we've had, dare I say, in American history. What do you think about that?
All right, so it's gonna sound weird. It's a hot take, I know, right? But like, I just think that it's the most just saying the quiet parts out loud. There's nothing objectively different about the policies that, like, you know, he pursued throughout his presidency. I think that, like, you know,
I agree with that in that sense, but I'm saying more so in the saying the quiet part out loud is, you know, alludes to the rhetoric that is also present in the previous fascist regimes, and also the lunge, at least away from even like a nominal pledge of democracy, seems to be a little bit more akin to the naked fascism of Italy and right. But you could make that claim about every liberal Western democracy that has ever existed, but we have to make like a quality that demarcates them from the fascism the naked fascism which we witnessed in.
I don't think there's really that big of a difference. That's my hot take, is that like there really isn't much of one. You know, it's just, you just export, like, you know, the domestic violence of, like, you know, the Cadillo Franco, or the Führer Hitler, you know, or you know, Benny in fucking Italy. You just export that outside of the country, or you keep it at the border, right? And where's this fucking difference? How many people have died at the American border? How many people are dying and suffering right now?
I don't think I'm not referring to people dying. I think there's more that has to go into like a fascist political ideology than killing people.
A systemic.
That's not what I was referring to.
Like a systemic oppression, or like, you know.
No, I think you can have systemic oppression without fascism.
So then, like, you know, what really marks like the difference between them?
There's even like historians that fucking argue about like what actually like constitutes fascism. It's one of the most like nebulous and confusing subjects that I've ever read about, and I think that actually Daniel Urin actually makes like one of the first times that I ever read, and I have a magic card as a as a bookmark here, has offered one of the most like succinct and like digestible definitions of fascism that I've ever personally read, which is that kind of like in like a Leninist sense, where the state is boiled down to like purely like a weapon that is going to either subjugate one class in the interests of another. And Daniel Gurian, he's actually an anarcho-communist from back in the day in France, back when there was far less of a division between like Marxists and communists. Marxists and anarchists and things like that. There was a lot more unity prior to the Cold War in that sense. But he actually makes like a pretty significant ode to Lenin's State and Revolution and his kind of definition of fascism, where that, you know, you reduce the state, the understanding of what a state is, as just merely like a weapon or an apparatus that one class, whether it be the bourgeois or the proletariat, use to subjugate the other. So we live currently under a bourgeois dictatorship of the bourgeois, whereas the proletariat can arrest the state and use it for the class interest of the proletariat and subjugate the bourgeois. And what Daniel Urin said, and I'm sorry, I didn't read this whole book recently, but he essentially stated that like fascism is the dying, like, you know, liberalism in decay is something that you hear quite a bit in terms of fascism, right, in the sense that when the bourgeois is severely threatened, they will like harness the state to protect interests and to keep like industrial interests afloat.
Right. So it's just basically, I don't know. It just kind of sounds like the same thing that we have now. Like every time we have a crisis, because capital is, you know, or capitalism is reliant on these like booms, right? Mm-hmm. That eventually crash and burst and bust and all that other shit. And the state just like cranks down even harder on the people, on the working class. So I don't know. It's just to me, I don't think there's very much of a difference, you know, between just like liberal, you know, democracy.
Let's get into the specifics of the history then, because I think I've proven that I can't succinctly define this, like I said, extremely nebulous. And I've read books on it as well. Like, it's
Right.
not for lack of like trying. I just think that it is a pretty complicated subject. But so I think what is important here is to understand the post-World War I climate of Europe, which was kind of led to the essential breeding ground of what would become known as fascism. So much like in the United States and pretty much the entire Western world, and as a result of that, the entire globe, honestly, there was like an economic rift in the sense of the Depression that followed World War I and the events that led up to the Great Depression. And in the response to World War I, you saw a dramatic amount of leftist organization. So you see all this in obviously the Soviet Union, in which, you know, World War I was, and like the issues emanating from World War I were one of the chief catalysts of the October Revolution. Correct?
Yeah.
That was one of the principal. Even that was even one of the dividing topics between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. Correct? The Bolsheviks were the ones that were completely like, no war. We will stop the war at any cost. Which is why Lenin signed some pretty unequal treaties. Like someone would consider it a very unfavorable treaty with Germany, because he held
like
true.
Brett Levosk or something like that.
I'm not even going to pretend to know it.
Still in the middle of this, and I
Yeah.
really recommend this so far. It's really good.
So, like I said, so that was there. Then you can even look at, if you're interested in it, if you're interested in what happened in Germany, All Power to the Councils, a documentary history of the German Revolution of 1918 to 1919. So right off the heels of World War I, or even during World War I, should I say, you also have, just like in the Soviet Union, or what was Russia at the time, you had the same current of revolutionary fervor that was opposing the monarchistic and dictatorial regime, colonial regime that was participating in World War I. You also had, this is the era of Luxembourg and the councils, which functioned very much like the Soviets of the Soviet Union, which were taking power and putting political power and putting it into the hands of the workers. So we can see this, and Italy was no different than, which is the birthplace of fascism, was no different than Russia at the time, and was no different than Germany at the time. So that's where you have this occurrence, which I know me and Johnny had talked about. What's known as Biennio Rosso, which is the 2 red years, which is a 2-year period between 1919 and 1920 of intense social conflict in Italy following the First World War. The revolutionary period was followed by the violent reaction of the fascist Blackshirts, which, if you'll notice, the book is called Blackshirts and Reds, by the March on Rome of Benito Mussolini in 1922. So you see that this aligns pretty much perfectly with the October Revolution, and, just like I said, the German Revolution that occurred in 1918, 1919. So all of these revolutionary, powder kegs are stirring around industrialized Europe off the heels of World War I, where colonial powers are essentially going to war with one another. People talk about the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand like as if there was no preceding events that caused that. Like, if you ask somebody what caused World War I, they say, oh, Gabriel Princip, a Serbian anarchist, executed Archduke Ferdinand. And it's like, don't you think that there's more political things that go around an assassination? Like, it's not like he was like,
nope. Just that one guy. That one guy got murked by a Serb, and that was it.
Exactly. And that caused a war. But if you ask, even if you ask Richard Wolff about it, these were a time where colonialism had reached a volatile breaking point, where territories were running out and colonies were rubbing up against one another and the economic interest of the major powers. And you had other ones that were like late to the game of getting to colonialism. 2 of them are Germany and Italy. These were, and you could look at the Belgians as well, with King Leopold. King Leopold, the Kaiser Wilhelm, and Italy at this time. I don't actually know who ran Italy at that time. We're like, we need to be empires, and to get among the table of empires to be respected in the world, you need colonies. And we're already late to the game. Britain, France, Spain, what the United States now is, have grossly surpassed us in terms of geopolitical power because of their colonies. So then you see, King Leopold making his break into the interior of Africa to get the Congo. This is where you see Italy grabbing Ethiopia and Libya. This is where you see Germany wrestling for control of Namibia, what is present-day Namibia. And you see this growing issue, and then this is where like some of the seeds of World War I are planted. So, following World War I, there's an intense rejection of this colonialism, of this monarchism, and you have things like this, the Biennio Rosso, which is, here's this really cool picture right here, factories manned by Red Guards in 1920. This actually is like pictures of factory committees, where factories that were shut down in lockouts by Italian industrialists because there were strikes going on. So they do these thing called lockouts, where they lock out the workers of the factory. Well, these are pictures of factories that have been taken over by the workers, armed workers, and being self-managed in a socialist sense. Now, you can imagine that things like this happening are very inconvenient for very, very rich people in that country. The industrialists, the major landowners, so on and so forth, are not too keen on what's happening in pictures like this.
No.
So we can go down here. In Turin and Milan, factory councils, which is what we just witnessed right here, which the leading Marxist theoretician, Antonio Gramsci, shout out to Gramsci. Go ahead, pull it up.
There we go. Right there, that guy.
Tell him whose book that is.
It's your book. I borrowed it from you.
Gramsci considered to be the Italian equivalent of the Russian Soviets. So just kind of like what I was saying, right parallel with the October Revolution in Russia, which was able to actually like secure its foundation and develop into like a full state. You also had these types of Soviets, but in here they were called factory councils, just like they were in Germany. They were called councils there as well. You had this type of like self-directed, self-managed factory occupations. So just like it says here, were formed, and many factory occupations took place under the leadership of revolutionary socialists and anarcho-syndicalists. The agitations also extended to the agriculture areas of the Payton Plain and were accompanied by peasant strikes, rural unrest, and armed conflicts between left-wing and right-wing militias. So you can look here too. Industrial action and rural unrest increased significantly. 1,663 industrial strikes in 1919 compared to only 810 in 1913. More than 1 million industrial workers were involved in 1919, 3 times the 1913 figure. Trend continued in 1920, which saw 1,800 strikes. Rural strikes also increased substantially from 97 to 1913 to 189 in 1920. On July 21, 1919, a general strike was called in solidarity with the Russian Revolution. So obviously we can...
4.5 strikes a day.
Yeah.
Like, what?
So we can obviously read more through all this, but a certain somebody and a certain people were not happy about this happening. We're not going to get into this guy just yet, but you can see kind of like the picture that we're painting as what Italy was off the heels of World War I, and the type of politics and social organization that was extremely popular within Italy at this time. And it was not laissez-faire capitalism. It was not a yearn for capitalist democracy or liberalization. It was not a ode to the business class or the industrialists or the major landowners. It was a very much socialist orientation of pulling power to the people and away from industrialists and major landowners. Now, like I was saying before, where fascism is routinely referred to as liberalism in decay. Well, you may be able to refer to this type of situation as a decaying liberalism, a liberal capitalist order who enjoyed very, very large profits and political power off of the backs of the Italian proletariat, who were subjugated time and time again, and are now realizing that, oh, in Russia, just 3 years ago, they wrestled power away from the aristocracy, which ruled them. So, you can read Red Star Over the Third World by Vijay Prashad and talk about the emanating effect that the Russian Revolution had, not only just over the Third World, but also other Western nations, in saying that this is possible and we can do this. And you can see this is very much evident in Italy in the 1920s.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Tsarist Russia, a small what would you call it? Like minority of people have a majority of the wealth, a majority of the power, right? But the majority of the people have very little wealth and are very unhappy, right? And actually are very amenable, right? And very attracted to the ideas of socialism and communism. And in Italy, it's the same thing. Small minority of people with all the power, all the money, everybody's broke, and they're being forced and conscripted to fight in these dumbass wars, for them to expand their territory. Same thing in Germany, right? If I'm not mistaken. Starting to see like a little bit of a trend here.
We could probably add like 10 other things on to this if we had read about other countries. You know what I mean? Like right now, I think we're both a little bit knowledgeable on what happened in Russia. And now we happen to be reading about Germany and Italy. And it both seems like these track perfectly of what like the paradigm of class consciousness that was coming over Europe and actually many places in the third world also. We're just not directly referring to that at the moment. So this situation, the 2 red years of Italy, leads us directly up to this event, which is known as the March on Rome. So the March on Rome was an organized mass demonstration and coup d'etat in October 1922, which resulted in Benito Mussolini's National Fascist Party ascending to power in the Kingdom of Italy. In late October 1922, Fascist Party leaders planned an insurrection to take part on by marching on the Capitol. It's so funny to read that sentence now after January 6th. Fascist Party leaders planned on an insurrection to take place by marching on the Capitol. Like, it's the same language. It's the same exact language. The fascist demonstrators and black-shirt paramilitaries approached Rome. Prime Minister wished to declare a state of siege, but this was overruled. Who, fearing bloodshed, persuaded Facta to resign by threatening to abdicate. Then the king, at that point, appointed Mussolini as prime minister, thereby transferring political power to the fascists without armed conflict.
So I think there's just one quick thing that we sort of skipped over since Mussolini has now been mentioned, and that's the fact that Mussolini started out as a socialist. He was like the son of a blacksmith, right? And he was actually, what's that?
I'm not sure if it was a blacksmith, but sure.
Yeah.
You might be right.
His early manhood was marked by street brawls, arrests, jailings, and violent radical political activities. Before World War I, Mussolini was a socialist. A brilliant organizer, agitator, and gifted journalist. He became editor of the Socialist Party's official newspaper. Yet many of his comrades suspected him of being less interested in advancing socialism than in advancing himself. Indeed, when the Italian upper class tempted him with recognition, financial support, and the promise of power, he did not hesitate to switch sides, which I feel like is a very important thing to, recognize.
Right. And and this is, obviously the March on Rome is the consecration of, fascism in Italy, but it's important to kind of like understand like what were the developments that led to that, who were the parties that made this March on Rome possible and emboldened Mussolini and his black shirts to think that this was even something that was possible, that they could even achieve such an insurrectionary campaign. So again, like I said, during the 2 red years, there were numerous strikes, protests against rises of the cost of living, occupations, factories, land by industrial workers and agricultural laborers. Local elites felt themselves vulnerable and began to establish an alliance with the small fascist movement, which contained many veterans of World War I and had a reputation for violence in the hope of using fascist paramilitary squads to destroy socialist organizations. So when industrialists fear for their profits and the nationalizations and the wealth redistributions and the higher wages and the 8-hour workdays and all the things that come with a rise in socialist organization, they find a either governmental or paramilitary solution to such an issue.
Right. Because that's like the one thing that I think a lot of people tend to forget, you know, and this isn't mentioned in the book. This is just like a little extra information for you. All of these kind of revolutionary activities, you know, whether they're like a faux revolutionary activity like the Blackshirts, right? Or you are the Bolsheviks in, you know, Tsarist Russia, you need money. You need like, you know, productive forces to be able to like, you know, do these things. So the Blackshirts are being funded by, you know, industrialists, right? The Bolsheviks in Russia, they're robbing fucking banks and shit. They're like robbing trains and like doing all kinds of like crazy shit, you know, but they're not being backed by any kind of like industrial power. They don't have like an Engels figure in their life.
Yeah. So we're going to get deep into that. I'm just kind of laying out like the basic components of like the environment that's happening here. So it may be weird to a lot of people, you know what I mean? Like, especially if you just follow mainstream history, but socialism was extremely popular in many towns, cities, and villages across Italy. This was an extremely popular, this is why it's called the 2 Red Years, because the population of Italy was very much in favor of organizing in a socialist mode of production.
Hell yeah.
The fascists, the fascist black shirts, with the financing and political support of the industrialists, were able to finance these bands of paramilitary thugs, which went to counter all of these strikes and protests and organizations and labor unions from which the socialists organized themselves through. Lots of direct evidence of that. The police repeatedly failed to intervene against fascist violence, and in some cases, police officers openly supported the fascists and supplied them with weapons.
Oh wow, what does that sound like? How does that like just it gives me like deja vu about somewhere else and more recently. I don't know why.
So then you have, you know, and just when you hear like these fucking you know, just illiterate chuds online talking about how the fascists are socialists and things and that, you just need to really look at like what actually happened. You know what I mean? Like in August 1922, an anti-fascist general strike was organized throughout the country by the socialists. Mussolini declared that the fascists would suppress the strike themselves if the government did not immediately intervene to stop it, which enabled him to position the fascist party defender of law and order. On August 2nd, fascist squads moved in from the countryside and razed all buildings occupied by the socialists. This is repeated in Genoa and other cities. So they're actually going through, they are burning down socialist occupied buildings in Milan. The fascists are destroying printed presses for the socialist newspapers. And then with the support of local business owners, they took over local government and expelled the elected socialist administration from the town hall. That's a peculiar thing to do for, you know, it's peculiar for local business owners to be so supportive of socialists, isn't it?
It seems kind of almost like counterintuitive to what the aims of socialism stand for. But like I've had this argument before, but you have people that are so just like brain broken that like they think that there is like socialism that is like pro business. Right. And no matter like what kind of contemporary examples you want to use where like, you know, especially with actually existing socialist countries as they stand right now, at the end of the day, business does not rule the government and the aims of the government. They can be used and utilized. They can be nationalized at any given moment. They are like at the mercy, right, of a government of the people in these actually existing socialist countries.
Right. So the Italian national government in Rome did nothing to react to these developments. All this violence, burning down, street fighting, fascist thugs coming in, stopping newspapers. The Italian national government did nothing. and its inaction prompted Mussolini to begin planning a march on Rome. So he's emboldened by this. He had support by these massive local elites, these landowners, these industrialists. They're handing him millions of, I forget what the money in Italy's called. I'm sorry, millions of them. They're giving him millions of them, and nobody's stopping him. So he's emboldened at this point. He's like, "Fuck this! I'll march on the Capitol."
Right.
But 2 days before the march on the Capitol, do you know who he met with?
Who?
A delegation from the General Confederation of Italian Industry.
Huh.
Where he let them know that he would fight against strikes, Bolshevism, and nationalization. Certainly in line with
that word I just mentioned.
yeah, certainly in line with socialist orientation. That like, I promise to protect you from nationalization, Mr. Industrialist and large landowner. Your money is safe with me. You don't have to worry about pesky labor organization when you trust Mr. Mussolini. So, and this is actually interesting. Let's go here real quick. This General Confederation of Italian Industries actually still exists today. It's still in existence. It's a
Crazy.
Italian Employers Federation, a national chamber of commerce founded in 1910. So there's not really much. Hey, what's up, Dorian? There's not really a ton of information on this on Wikipedia, but I just thought it was interesting that this is still like it's almost like a union of employers. It's an Italian Employers Federation, which means that it's almost like a union, like what a union would be, where like workers consolidate to work for their interests. This is almost like a union of.
Wait, your audio is cutting out. What did you say?
Oh, I said that these are this is like a union of employers, whereas like workers, like a labor union is for like workers to get together and consolidate to achieve their interest.
Right.
This is like that, but for employers, not employees.
I hate it.
Well, just so you know, they were right there with Mussolini 2 days before the March of Rome. And also, this is an interesting tidbit that I never heard before. Mussolini consulted with U.S. Ambassador Richard Washburn Child about whether the U.S. government would object to fascist participation in a future Italian government, and Child gave him American support. So this is a pretty interesting fellow here. I don't know if you know about this guy. He's an American author and diplomat, both during and after service as United States ambassador to Italy. He was a well-known promoter of fascism, in particular Italian fascism, in the early 20th century. Let's see here. In 1920, he wrote a campaign material for presidential candidate Warren Harding, who rewarded him with the ambassadorship to Italy, where among other diplomatic activities, he encouraged Benito Mussolini to start his march on Rome. As he records in his memoir, A Diplomat Looks at Europe. He also promoted U.S. involvement in Italy under Mussolini, especially from the J.P. Morgan Bank. More on that later. And his return to the United States, he became the editor for the Saturday Evening Post and served on the National Crime Commission in 1925. In 1926, he divorced. Does that mean like from his wife? What does he mean by?
Oh, wow. Envoy's action kept secret. Washburn, author, former ambassador, has filed suit for divorce in the common.
Why is that on here? From his wife?
I don't know. That's kind of weird, though.
I mean, I guess it's just weird to put that at the end of that paragraph.
How's it going, PVK?
Dorian, PVK. He wrote, he ghost wrote and serialized my autobiography.
Yeah,
It's a book by Benito Mussolini. Oh, okay. Here we go. In 1928, he became a paid propaganda writer for Benito Mussolini, and whose notes he ghost wrote and serialized as my autobiography. The Saturday Evening Post, and whose politics he praised in numerous articles for the Hearst Press, together with Thomas W. Monty.
Like William Randolph Hearst?
I'm not sure, because we got something to say about that guy as well. I'm not sure if that's the same.
All right, because when he comes up, remind me, because like there's an interesting relationship between William Randolph Hearst and Benito Mussolini.
Okay.
We are reading Blackshirts and Reds by Michael Parenti, PVK.
So Okay, let's do it. I have a cousin born and raised in Guatemala who married a man who moved to Italy over 20 years ago. I asked her what she knew about me, and she said he did some good things. Yeah. And that's kind of how this book starts. Just like what Johnny was saying. Perenni opens this with an anecdote of him walking into some like Italian store. I think he said in like Brooklyn or something like that. And there were some like t-shirts or monuments or something like that to Mussolini that they were selling. And when he asked why they were carrying such thing, they almost said that exact sentiment that, oh, he did some good things. Maybe we could use a man like Mussolini these days, you know.
So I'll let you in on some Johnny dialectically lore. Why do we keep doing this? All right, so fucking my ex, right? She was born and raised in Italy, right? And I actually went to Italy for a period of time, and I knew nothing about like Italy. I don't know how to read Italian or anything like that. But I did keep seeing graffiti all over the place, right? Graffiti was everywhere in Rome. And, you either saw some with like hammers and sickles or some with swastikas. And then there was some without, right? And I was like, yo, what's going on with the swastikas and shit? And she's like, well, that's like all graffiti in Italy. It's either like, if you see a hammer and sickle or something, it's communist. If you see a swastika, it's some fascist shit. And the stuff without is just about football. And and then I met a family friend of hers. More than one person have I heard, right, that like something related to that phrase that under Mussolini, the trains ran on time, which is a fascist dog whistle.
Right.
And Parenti even states like they ran on time before him anyways. Like they were running just fine before him too. But yeah, you have people that think that like, oh, this was like a great time of like booming, economy. But was your ex fast? You were sickly. It's kind of Libby more than anything. Sam,
Yeah.
Yeah, she was fairly like apolitical, but obviously like, anti-racist. She wasn't a fan of like immigrants being like chased through the streets and attacked, which was like, kind of going on. And that's like another thing is that like before we ever had Trump, Italy had Berlusconi, baby. Like
I know nothing about that.
All right, all you need to know is that his career started as a cruise ship piano playing comedian. He was like a crooner, cruise ship, piano playing comedian.
So just to kind of tie in this March of Rome and everything, when Mussolini was handed power by the king in an undemocratic fashion, he was supported by the military, the business class, and the right wing. Yes. Okay. So now that we've established the March on Rome, we've established at least a preliminary understanding of the supporters. Let's just go into. I have a little bit more
about the I fasci di combattimento. Probably like just butchering the shit out of that.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to say like so. So here's Giovanni Agnelli. He was an Italian businessman who founded Fiat. If you're familiar with that,
the car company.
The car, yeah. He founded Fiat. He is a industrialist, Italian businessman, car producer.
Is that where also the currency comes from?
I'm not sure. And he also, I believe, had after World War I, the first Ford factory was opened 4 years later after the Fiat was founded. And Gnelli was an acquaintance of Nito Mussolini, and from 1914 was appointed by the dictator as senator in 1923 as a representative of the National Fascist Party, and filled several other prestigious positions between the 2 years. He remained focused and propelled Fiat to the international arena. Here he is with El Duce. Isn't that what they call him? That's what they call him, right?
Yeah, old Benny boy, El Duce. And no, I was making it funny. PVK.
Here he is right there with him. So there's like a very, very clear illustration of large business interests, not only supporting the rise of Italian fascism and the March on Rome, but also maintaining prominent roles in the fascist government after it achieved power.
I just want to know who the dude standing to the left of him was with like that just vicious mustache. You see the size of that fucking thing?
That might have been him, for all I know. It didn't look. I think it looked like Black Adam with the mustache, right? Maybe not. So I did like a grotesque amount of reading on this subject. I think I've illustrated it enough, but I have like a couple like JSTOR articles that I snipped things from. I really don't want to get too bogged down reading through all these, but there's quite a bit of like information here about like the attraction of big business to fascism. It says even here that like ironically, the fascists themselves, with their spurious boast that they have saved Italian industry from the chaos of Bolshevism, seem to justify the equation. Industrial reaction equals the rise of fascism. So the reaction, the clutching of the fear that was instilled in these industrialists is what opened the door for fascist insurrection and political domination.
Because after World War
they were willing to sacrifice whatever morality or decency, or even like the lives of people or the democratic, or at least the notion of democratic function in their country, so that they could maintain their profits and their power. Sorry, you were I talked kind of through.
You're good. What's up, Turtle? Chiefly arose in response to leftist extremism. I don't know if I would call it extremism, but like, you know, they I guess had reason to be paranoid because, as we discussed earlier in the stream, socialism and communism was extremely popular in Italy.
Yeah.
And that's why between January and May of 1921, the fascists destroyed 120 labor headquarters, attacked 243 socialist centers and other buildings, killed 202 workers, in addition to 44 killed by the police and the gendarmerie, and wounded 1,144. During this time, 2,240 workers were arrested and only 162 fascists. In the 1921-1922 period, up to Mussolini's seizure of state power, 500 labor halls and cooperative stores were burned and 900 socialist municipalities were dissolved.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, you know, I would say in some cases,
and as we talked about earlier in the stream,
you came in way too late. Like, I would love to, like, you know, break this down with you and everything like that, but you really just stepped in like 10 seconds after we've like excruciatingly like detailed the industrial support. And actually, you know what? Let's go into this. I actually have like a really something good here. So, Turtle, you can hang out and you might learn something, or maybe you can contribute something. So you can look like right here. This is an awesome book about the rise of. Here we go. Okay. Where is it? Shit. Now I'm all fucked up. I fucked myself up. Here it is. Okay. You know, and maybe you can contribute something that we don't know about as well. Man, this is really hard to deal with here. Can you guys see that? That should work. Okay. Another part of Mussolini's speech dealt with the relations between fascists and socialists. At the outset, he declared his speech that he would be completely anti-socialist and anti-democratic, which made it easier to set out his offers and his threats. He made no concessions to the socialists, but even criticized them on doctrinal grounds. In an article on January 14, he had already stated that capitalism is scarcely at the beginning of history, and repeated his articles of faith before the chamber. The true history of capitalism is only the beginning. Since capitalism is facing its highest task, the state should renounce all its economic functions. We must abolish the collectivist state that the war forced on us and return to the Manchesterian state. He took care to point his own personal success. The socialists, after several troubled years, see before them in the proud attitude of a heretic man that they expelled from their Orthodox church. They will have to admit that they have taken a wrong turn and that they have been poised and will be defeated on the ground of violence that they have chosen. So he says here, really, in no ambiguity whatsoever, that he is absolutely anti-socialist.
Right.
And this here is actually a book. It's actually pretty cool. It's written by A. Rossi, Rise of Italian Fascism. It was written pretty much on the ground alongside it as it was coming up. And it even says that it was written for his father, in memory of my father, a metallurgical worker whose later years were.
Trust me, Turtle. Neither of us are pro-Obama either.
Turtle, I mean, we're actually putting out like a lot of evidence and a lot of like things. Like, it's not just what he said in speeches; it's his funding that he received from major Italian landowners and Italian industrialists. It's the fact that he appointed industrialists into high parts of his. This is pretty much agreed upon at this point. It's not controversial to state these things.
Right. And if he was such a socialist, right, why then did the Italian Communist Party, which endured the severest repression of all, manage to maintain a courageous underground resistance that eventually evolved into armed struggle against the Blackshirts and the German occupation force? Why would they not just join the Blackshirts if they were such ardent socialists? And no, he wasn't kicked out due to a pro-war stance. He was bought out by Italian industrialists. Because, I know you got here kind of late, after World War I, Italy had settled into a pattern of parliamentary democracy, the low pay scales were improving, and the trains were already running on time. Go fucking figure. But the capitalist economy was in a post-war recession, investments stagnated, heavy industry operated far below capacity, and corporate profits and agribusiness exports were declining. To maintain profit levels, the large landowners and industrialists would have to slash wages and raise prices. The state, in turn, would have to provide them with a massive subsidization and tax exemptions. To finance this corporate welfarism, the populace would have to be taxed more heavily, and social services and welfare expenditures would have to be drastically cut, measures that might sound familiar to us today. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah,
we're not.
I mean, this person isn't necessarily interested in engaging in any he's like oscillating around to different topics.
Do you want me to get rid of him?
No, he can stay.
Okay, whatever. I don't care.
He can say whatever he wants. I mean, we're kind of we've already gone through like an itemized refutation of literally everything that they're saying.
We're literally
anybody else that's watching.
We're barely even into, because we haven't even started on Germany. But if you want to know about Trotsky, I can suggest this book. Just so you know, also being able to discuss more than one topic at a time. No, it's just you keep moving the goalposts and shifting.
It's not even
a
goalpost. Goalpost at least pertains to the same subject. This is just completely different fields of discussion. You know what I mean? He's talking about sectarianism within the Russian Revolution, and then whether Mussolini was a socialist or not. That's not that's not some type of related a discussion as to what if Mussolini was a socialist or not. So as we're talking about that, they're talking about fucking Obama and talking about church. It's just unhinged trolling. It's not really anything.
True. Now socialists kill as if fascists don't kill other fascists. It's literally a thing they do.
I think there's a difference. I mean, if you want to take the purges of the Soviet Union, you can definitely say that there was killing of socialists by socialists, but that's not an outright denunciation of Marxism or socialism as an ideology, which you can find within Mussolini and Hitler. In the Russian during the Russian Revolution, they never hunted down labor unions and leftist newspapers, and burned them down and put an outright fucking demonization and identifying insignia on socialists. That just did not happen.
And you're identifying how they do it. You're not identifying why.
Yeah.
If Marxist theory keeps turning out Marxist practice, then maybe there's a problem with the theory. Just saying.
What does that even mean?
Although what Marxist theory does happen on Marxist theory is vaguely general collection of non-sequiturs. Okay, you've obviously never read Capital.
It doesn't even say anything about how to arrange a communist system.
Socialism isn't actually mentioned once in it.
Yeah. Well, I can ask you guys. There's 2 people here, so you might get 2 slightly different answers. I don't know how you would get 10. No, it didn't. It never did.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree with Dorian, Pat.
All right.
He can keep.
I'm down to argue with people, but this is probably not super like entertaining for like other people. So
All right.
let's
So-
not. They can stay. They can just do whatever they want.
Moving on.
Do you want to move to Hitler?
Let's move to Germany. In Germany, a similar pattern of complicity between fascists and capitalists emerged. German workers and farm laborers had one right to unionize, the 8-hour day, and unemployment insurance. But to revive profit levels, heavy industry and big finance wanted wage cuts for their workers and massive state subsidies and tax cuts for themselves. So I always think it's very interesting how we are given like 2 very polar opposite Germanys, right? In the lead up to like the rise of Nazism. We have like the Versailles Treaty afflicted Germany that's economy is roller coastering every single day, where like a loaf of bread is like 10,000 marks in the morning and like 9 marks in the
They have
afternoon.
the wheelbarrow full of money.
Yeah.
They're like playing with it like it's like snow or something like that. Like it's like the money's just so fucking worthless.
Right. And then like in that same breath we have the very stable, like very like almost like roaring 20s, like Germany that has like very progressive stances on LGBTQ issues and studies and things like that, and great music coming out of it and all of these other things, as well as just like great motor cars and everything coming out of it and all this other stuff. So it's just like, do you want to talk about that at all, Pat?
You're saying like a juxtaposition between like the 2
Yeah,
Germany?
it's like you have like 2
I think
very
during any period of extreme economic crisis, there is the lower classes that are going to bear the brunt of all the immiseration that goes along with that, and then you're going to have like the higher classes, which are insulated from such suffering. You know what I mean? Like, and these are the same type of misconceptions that go along with, let's say, South Korea after the war, where like they make it seem like South Korea was this booming economic miracle where like everybody, began living great and we're not like subjected to the horrors of the North. But in reality, it was like extremely oppressive dictatorship, political murder, suffering, that occurred all throughout there. So it's like there's always 2 sides to these economic issues. That's all I can really say on that. I really don't have more information on that. But one thing I will talk about, though, is that during the 1920s, many German public works and many German businesses were brought into state ownership to raise more capital for people.
right.
Something that is undone by the Nazis in a very which was very socialist of them.
You want to
There
see
was
something funny?
there was no liberal democracy in dictatorships.
You want to see something funny?
Look up who Syngman Rhee was. Look up who Parkley Camp was. You know nothing about South Korea history or the
Yeah,
dictatorship.
bro. That's why like there wasn't like a military junta in South Korea for like 20 years.
Look up the Gwangju uprising that happened in the 1980s and tell me about dictatorship and liberalism, please. And that's all I'm going to say to you about that. You have reading to do, and that's okay. But back to Mr. Hitler. Let's talk about the supporters of Hitler and how Hitler was able to come to power. So let's look at some of the major industrialists. Let's look at some of the industrialists that enabled Hitler to do what he did and to rise to prominence in the way that he did. Just like in Italy, where we had the 2 red years following World War I, where socialism was extremely popular, you had this same type of socialistic organization that was very popular in Germany in the same rough timeline. Again, this struck fear into the hearts, or should I say the pockets, of German industrialists and landowners. One of them is Fritz Thyssen. Now, actually, I don't know if you know about this. Do you know what ThyssenKrupp is?
What?
Okay. So next to my friend's house, they had this elevator like that puts people in and out of cars for like people in wheelchairs. And it's called a ThyssenKrupp. I don't know why, but we're going to talk about both Thyssen and Krupp. They're both German industrialists that I guess ended up having like a merger. So Frederick Fritz Thyssen was a German businessman born into one of Germany's leading industrial families. He was an early supporter of the Nazi Party. Let's see here. Thyssen welcomed the Nazi suppression of leftist organizations such as the Communist Party, the Social Democratic Party, and the trade unions. In 1934, he was one of the business leaders who persuaded Hitler to suppress the SA, leading to the Night of the Long Knives. Thyssen became a member of Hans Frank's Academy for German Law. He accepted the anti-Jewish legislation in pre-war Germany that excluded Jews from business and professional life and dismissed his Jewish employees. But as a Catholic, he objected to the increasing contribution of Catholics who gathered pace after 1935. Breaking point for Thyssen was the violent program against the Jews in 1938. So he did, I guess, eventually have some type of conscience that allowed him to break with the Nazis. But just to further illustrate the large industrialists that were willing to finance and support Hitler in his campaign against Marxist Jewry, as he referred to it explicitly in Mein Kampf. Let's see what else we got. Here we go. Here is another individual that enabled the Nazis to take power. Alfred Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach. These names are
too many names. And he looks like a fucking alien guy from Men in Black. Like, what the fuck? Like,
German industrialist, competitor in Olympic yacht races. That's nice. And member of the Krupp family. Like I said, do you remember Thyssen Krupp? Krupp, the Krupp family. Prominent German industry since the 19th century. Convicted after World War II of crimes against humanity for the genocidal manner in which he operated his factories with the use of slave labor, and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Subsequently, commuted to only 3 years with time served in 1951.
You know, like that part right there where he says, the family company, known formerly as Friedrich Krupp AG, Hosch Krupp, was a key supplier of weapons and material to the German government and the Wehrmacht during World War II, which is why anybody that tries to come at you with some bullshit about how, like, oh, the Wehrmacht weren't Nazis, right? They kind of just had to go along.
Well,
no.
Crazy that you say that. This is actually a great book about that. I don't have the cover on it, but Marching into Darkness, the Wehrmacht and the Holocaust in Belarus. And this book is actually about the indictment of the... You can barely see it. I'm sorry. Oh, it's not even on the front. This book is actually a scathing indictment of Wehrmacht crimes as they occurred in Belarus, which is like,
right.
A lot of times a forgotten part of the Holocaust. A lot of things really cover the atrocities that happened, the atrocities that occurred in Auschwitz and Birkenau and Treblinka, these more famous concentration camps, but they don't talk about the eastward expansion into the Eastern European countries where like people were marched out of villages and placed into like open air murder pits and just, shot to death. And this is like, people talk about the murder of 6 million Jews. There was many, many more millions of murders by Nazi forces as they pushed eastward. It just wasn't necessarily the same systemized Jewish concentration camp. It happened to there was many Jews in the East as well that they were specifically targeting, but this also went into the Jewish people, partisans, and just Slavs in general, and any like resistance. And they murdered these people under the auspices of saying that they were partisan resistors. Oh, this whole village is full of partisan resistors. It's kind of the same thing that the United States did in Vietnam, as being like, this village is harboring guerrillas, and they end up fucking, murking entire villages with napalm or bullets. Sorry to go off on a tangent there, but you brought up the Wehrmacht.
You're good.
I had a specific book on here that actually, this book is fucking amazing. It's called Marching into Darkness. All right. So let's go a little bit more into what this guy did. This is, again, Alfred Krupp, who was a major German industrialist. During World War II, the company's profits increased, and it took control of factories confiscated by the German army in Nazi-occupied Europe. Alfred became more active in controlling the company as his father's health declined. He became de facto head of the firm in 1941 when Gustav Krupp suffered a stroke. Under Alfred, the company used slave labor supplied by the government and after assigning Jewish prisoners from concentration camps to work in many of its factories. Even when the military suggested that security reasons dictated that some work should be performed by free German workers, Alfred insisted on using slave labor. He officially replaced his father as head of the family firm under the Lex Krupp proclaimed by Adolf Hitler, which set aside the usual laws of inheritance and preserved his Krupp firm as family business.
To answer your question, I am a fan of anybody that systemically and effectively killed Nazis.
What happened?
Don't worry about it. All right. So what? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, Pat?
No, I mean, this is really, Krupp worked closely with the SS, which controlled the concentration camps from which forced labor was obtained. As regards to the cooperation of our technical office in Belarus, I can only say that between the office and Auschwitz, closest understanding exists as is guaranteed for the future.
That would be a no.
Krupp considered it a duty to make 520 Jewish girls, some of them little more than children, work under the most brutal conditions in the heart of the concern. So this is the type of individuals that were funding Adolf Hitler in his did pogroms happen under Stalin? Like, were like specifically like Jewish people were?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that, like, you know, a country that would be the first to outlaw anti-Semitism would have.
I thought all the pogroms happened prior to the Soviet Union in Russia. I know there was a lot of Russian pogroms against Jews, and that's actually what brought a lot of the Jews into Germany. They were fleeing the Tsarist Russian pogroms,
right?
And it actually had an over surplus, not like a surplus. I don't mean to even say it like that. Just more Jewish. It overrepresented Jewish population in Germany, which then they started doing their own anti-Semitism.
So is that
you're
why...
using a very specific word, pogrom here. You can't say that a pogrom is like a genocidal campaign. So don't play fast and loose with language. I mean, I'm willing to have the conversation if there were some things that were maybe not like the most fair or like something that you could describe in that sense, but I'm not going to entertain the word pogrom.
Right.
Did my video cut out for you?
Yeah, a little bit. You're back.
I'm back.
So, if for accounts you're here to grammar, right.
That's not grammar. It's the wrong word. That's not even grammar.
If this
you
were
literally
true,
use the wrong word. I don't know. You want to look up the definition of grammar? That's not what grammar is. You didn't put a period in the wrong place. You used a word that wasn't right.
So if that were
and
true,
also you used the word grammar incorrectly either. So like you can learn to read, and if you don't want to learn to read, you can listen to our stream where we read the books for you. My autism. Sorry that you're wrong, dude. Cope harder, dude. You know, you fucking point out where somebody's wrong on multiple occasions and then they accuse you of being autistic. I mean, am I triggered or is that just cope? What do you think, Johnny?
You know what? Let me just end it with this. So for your, information, Stalin actually sent a number of his like Jewish generals to Israel, right, to help start Israel at its foundation, right, and when it was still a project against. Wrong and minor way, anal interpretation of language. Not really an error. You know what, dude? I don't fucking care.
What's happening? I don't even see what's happening.
Don't worry about it. Let's keep going.
Where did it come up? I don't even see it in chat.
Oh, no. I didn't even let it go through. It says, wrong in minor negligible ways implied by anything but the most anal interpretation of language. And he kept trying to send it, like, over and over again.
The most anal interpretation of it. I mean, like, sorry that you're like wrong in the things that you say. Like, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, you can be better, you can learn more, you can be more precise, you can be more accurate, and you don't have to be like an unhinged idiot in the chat. Like, you're trying to make accusations, you don't know what you're talking about, and you look stupid.
They can't even try.
Oh, he's gone?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm not keeping up with all that.
Oh, no, I'm willing to.
Busy night tonight. Right,
yeah.
chat?
You know what it is? It's because communism is in the title. before when we're reading about Gerald Horne, it probably doesn't even occur to people that like we're discussing this kind of thing because we're just doing like talking about like 1700 slavery and the economic effects of it and things like that. But when you put in it fascism and the overthrow of communism, like people that like don't know anything just see that and they're like, oh, I control communists because we've explicitly placed it in the title.
Right.
So when we're doing
I
the
assume
debate,
they know this book. Like I assume that they know these titles and they know that like
they don't even have to know the book. It says overthrow of communism.
Right. But you would think that would be like a positive thing for them, right?
Maybe, yeah. But I mean, they can infer enough from
Right.
that to pop in and do that. And then, when we're doing the divide or we're doing the counter revolution, it doesn't really have like a ton of like context right there in the name to have people jump in. And even if they did, we're talking about like slave revolts in the Caribbean. What are they going to say?
Right.
How are they going to like relate that to anything? Like they don't have enough sense to connect the dots between that and like Marxism or something like that, because we're not even talking about fucking Marxism. We're talking about fucking Antigua. There being fucking slave revolts on Christmas. So like there's nothing that they can't troll it effectively. Like they can control.
That's bad, but
I don't know what I can't really.
Oh man.
All right. So let's get back to so now that we've talked about Thyssen, we've talked about Krupp, two major German industrialists who financed and supported Hitler, and let's see what else we got.
I think like the funniest part, right? That, like I don't think is really examined enough, or at least not hammered home in like my education growing up, was that what the hell is it? But during the 1920s, the SS, by 1930, most of the tycoons had concluded the Weimar Republic no longer served their needs and was too accommodating to the working class. Right. They greatly increased their subsidies to Hitler, propelling the Nazi Party onto the national stage. Business tycoons supplied the Nazis with generous funds, as Pat has been talking about, for fleets of motor cars and loudspeakers to saturate the cities and villages of Germany, along with funds for Nazi party organizations, youth groups, and paramilitary forces. In the July 1932 campaign, Hitler had sufficient funds to fly to 50 cities in the last 2 weeks alone. And I believe that was actually the first political campaign where an airplane was used to travel to different cities, right? In that same campaign, the Nazis received 37.3% of the vote, the highest they ever won in a democratic national election. They had never had a majority of the people on their side, to the extent that they had any kind of reliable base. It generally was among the more affluent members of society, in addition to elements of the petty bourgeoisie, and many lumpen proletariats served as strong-armed party thugs organized into SA stormtroopers. But the great majority of the organized working class supported the communists, or the social democrats, to the very end.
Let's talk about this little fancy word here, which we'll just call it the circle of. We'll just call it. We'll just call it the circle of friends of the economy. How about that? That's like a little Bob Ross. It's a little Bob Ross, summarization. We're just gonna call this a friendly little circle.
How do you combine something that's like 5 words into 3? What?
So this was a group of German industrialists whose aim was to strengthen ties between the Nazi Party and business and industry. The group was formed and coordinated. Why? Does coordinated normally have a dash?
I don't think so.
Is it normally hyphenated? Yeah, it's very
I'm pretty
weird.
certain it doesn't.
Was coordinated by William, one of Adolf Hitler's close economic advisors. So we can see here,
who the fuck
even
is
further,
Wilhelm Kepler?
Yeah, we can see. Let's look at this guy. German businessman, one of Adolf Hitler's early financial backers, introduced Hitler to Heinrich Himmler. If you know Himmler, Kepler helped finance the Nazi Party and later served as Hitler's economic advisors. He attended the technical school from blah, blah, blah. Kepler was an engineer and chemical manufacturer at the time he joined the NSDAP, which is the National Socialist Workers Party, February 1927. Right. He co-owned Odinworks, a small photographic gelatin factory, and was the chairman of IG Farben, subsidiary Hitler appointed. If you know IG Farben, I think they supplied the Zyklon B and stuff like that to the. It's a German chemical and pharmaceutical conglomerate. I'm pretty sure that they were responsible for the Zyklon B that went into the concentration camps for the, gassing of people. Hitler appointed him as the Nazis' economic advisor. He was elected to the Reichstag. Yeah. So we can see here now, trying to see if there's any more specific. What is that?
Hey Ross, what's good? Not personally, but I've heard of it. Like as if he's met him.
So right here we can see clearly I brought up numerous examples of the
he lived in 1960.
What's that?
He lived to 1960. What happened to this man after the war?
Well, he probably, he was sentenced to prison in 1949, but then he got released in 1951. So he did about a little less than 2 years. He did less than 2 years on this. We're going to talk about this. We're going to do a long one today, guys, because we're going to talk about the sham of denazification that occurred in Western Germany. And you're going to see a lot of fucking cases, worse cases in this, because this guy actually went behind a prison cell for some amount of time. Most of them didn't. So we're going to talk about that soon. That's once we establish, this industrialist, the capitalist nature, the privatizing nature of these fascist governments, then we're going to move into a couple other topics. But it's important to establish this because obviously you can see we still have people screeching in chat, unaware of the actual economic instances. Maybe.
That's right. I only silenced you for 10 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I would say it's it depends on your, I would say it would depend on your specific interpretation. We're not really studying it in ridiculous detail. We're reading one 160-page book and talking about it. It's history. We're reading 160 pages and talking about it.
You could also just read the book, you could read the book.
I don't think, I don't have a PhD in fascism or something like that where I've written a doctorate on it. I'm a guy who works full time, and then in my recreational time, I read books about history. So you might be overstating the ridiculous detail or the obsession factor there.
Yeah. Do you agree that communists in general have been far more harmful to almost everybody in the world? No,
I don't agree with that whatsoever. I would say that the United States, I would say that the nominally liberal, the liberally democratic United States, the military and its intelligence agency is probably the most supremely undemocratic and anti-freedom and murderous institution that's ever existed.
You're right. Yes, they do. Of the working class. And Pat not only touches grass, even when it's 20 degrees outside, he also touches the mat all year round.
I was on the mat yesterday. Stalin was actually lower than working class. Stalin was an absurdly poor peasant. He wasn't even a proletariat. He was a peasant that came from an extremely poor Georgian background. So I mean I don't know what you're asking there specifically.
Stalin literally lived with not only just his wife but also his roommate. So yeah.
I wouldn't say that I'm this. I'm interested in contextualizing the Soviet Union. I'm interested in contextualizing who Stalin was. I wouldn't say that I'm looking to usher in a recreation of the Soviet Union, especially during wartime 1940s or the Civil War. I think that would be a profoundly dogmatic way to look at Marxism and how that you establish Marxism or socialism as material conditions demand. So I think we can look back and we can read about history. I think we can contextualize it. I think we can look at, especially maybe revisionist history after the 1990s when Soviet archives have opened and maybe wipe away some of the more propagandistic Cold War era writings about Stalin and the Soviet Union. But there's plenty of criticisms to be leveled at Stalin. and the Soviet Union and all socialist projects existing in the past.
So tell you what.
No, I think only one communist project had Stalinist characteristics. I think there's been literally one of those.
So if you stick around, right, Turtle, and you act right.
If Mao wasn't so far removed from Stalin, then why was there a Sino-Soviet split? Oh, well, that was after Stalin, right? So maybe you got me there.
Yeah, right.
That happened after Stalin. That happened precisely after Stalin, right? That Khrushchev was like...
I am not disputing that Cheka or the
I
NKVD.
acknowledge that they exist, and I'll also acknowledge that they engaged in excesses that were grotesque. But also, there's a lot of information that you can read. I have a couple books downstairs that I could recommend you, that a lot of this happened outside of the view of Stalin, and actually Stalin took a lot of corrective action to punish the people that did this.
So, look,
I've answered enough of your questions, and I'm sorry, I can't hijack my entire stream here to talk to you about this. I think I've been like absolutely absolutely been charitable that you're not trolling and that you're asking questions. But like I said, the way that you're kind of like oscillating, you're asking me to kind of like give you like segmented answers to like the entirety of socialist history. And right now we're doing a deep dive on one very specific portion of history. And like, I can't, I mean, yes, you can say that the Cultural Revolution had this type of effect on certain segments, and then also there's communists that wrote books about that are, like such as like Mobo Gao that talks about the Cultural Revolution in a very different way. So there are Chinese authors that discuss that. I'm probably not knowledgeable enough to talk to you about that.
So Turtle, look, if you act right, I'll let you stay, and sometime in the future, we'll read Domenico Lacerdo's Critique of a Black Legend, right? And then you get to ask all these fucking questions all you fucking want. You're not bringing up facts.
You didn't really bring up facts. You're asking questions about extremely complex historical
fucking
development.
things. Yeah. So if you keep acting up, I'm gonna silence you again. All right.
And I mean,
not a democracy.
The ideology of communism and socialism doesn't live and die.
You're not naming facts. You're asking questions.
You're asking questions.
Do you understand the difference between a fact and a question? All right. Moving on. Right.
Yeah.
So the bourgeois press, including social democrats, denounced this view as Moscow inspired, right? And what he's referring to is in the December 1932 election, 3 candidates ran for president. The conservative incumbent Field Marshal von Hindenburg, who's like, World War I decorated, the Nazi candidate, this guy, Adolf Hitler, and the Communist Party candidate, Ernst Thälmann, who, was a pretty neat guy. In his campaign, Thälmann argued that a vote for Hindenburg amounted to a vote for Hitler, and that Hitler would lead Germany into war.
True.
Because, I don't know if you know anything about this. What, Pat?
I'm sorry. I just have to say this. I'm sorry. Can I do this?
Go for it.
Okay. Could you say the same thing about capitalism? Are you objective enough to say that capitalism has done every single thing that you said there, that it existed? If you want to look at the most gross excesses of China and of the Soviet Union, would you say that you can find examples of capitalism doing the exact same thing? And therefore we need to look at like history from like a more objective sense and, not a extremely one-sided way? Because I can find capitalist dictatorships in Latin America, in Asia, in the Middle East, as well as in Africa, that in the quest of capital have done all of the things that you're referring to. And the United States supported most of them.
But don't forget Australia. It's not like they didn't have Australia is for the whites policy literally in like the fucking 1990s. No. No, but Coca-Cola does.
Yeah, Coca-Cola has financed death squads in Colombia.
They've done some of that. All right. Come on.
How many people died in Indonesia when the United States financed the overthrow of the communists? Do you know that?
Why was it a third world country in the first
You know that?
place?
No, hold on. Do you know how many people died in Indonesia when the United States financed and supported an overthrow of that government? Do you know how many people died in Guatemala when the United States funded and supported a dictatorship? Okay, so you don't even know about these things, so you're not really qualified to be critiquing them. The Khmer Rouge was supported by the United States, and it was opposed by other socialist nations like China and Vietnam. So I make no bones about. So you could read a little bit more about that, and then make a little bit more. The CIA has done more than the Soviet Union's intelligence agencies ever have. It far more places around the world.
All right. So, in his campaign, Thalmann argued that a vote for Hindenburg amounted to a vote for Hitler, and that Hitler would lead Germany into war. The bourgeois press, including the Social Democrats, denounced this view as a Moscow.
You already admitted that you
plot.
don't know what the fuck. You already admitted that you don't know what the fuck they are, and you said that it would be much less. You don't even know what they are. Why don't you look into them, read about them, look into Indonesia, look at Guatemala. There's other ones that I could bring up as well. But why don't you look into that, and then you can make the determination.
All right. So.
I don't want to ban this. I really don't like
I
banning
didn't ban
people.
him. I didn't. I gave him a 10-minute timeout, right? Because we want to stay on track here. We want.
Do you think that the Cold War was caused by communism, or was the Cold War caused by Truman? Was the Truman Doctrine caused? Because the Soviet Union and the United States were allies until Truman developed the atomic bomb, and until Truman established the atomic bomb and then turned its back on any of the friendly relationships between FDR and the Soviet Union, and explicitly, undemocratically ended socialist parties and the militaries that were fighting against the Nazis in places like Greece. But I'm ready to get riled up. I'm ready to talk about these things. These are the things that I think.
They'll answer you in 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, you want to talk about privatization in Nazi Germany?
Yeah, let's get into it, because I just wanted to finish this one part. That it's funny how the Soviet Union isn't even this gigantic powerhouse, that it became during the Cold War, where Western countries could just throw any wild accusation, right, and it would be believable, to the Western, I guess readers of press and whatnot. But they were trying to say that Thalmann was a Soviet puppet, right, with this Moscow inspired plot that a vote for the Social Democrats, or a vote for what's his name, the fucking Hindenburg guy, right, would be a vote for Hitler. And so Hindenburg was reelected. And while the Nazis dropped approximately 2 million votes in the Reichstag election,
so waning in popularity, the Nazis were not gaining popularity from the people.
they lost popularity, because at their peak they were at 13.7 million.
But it was moderates who decided not to side with the socialists, and
the
thus
Social Democratic leaders refused the Communist Party's proposal to form an 11th hour coalition against Nazism, as in many other countries past and present. So in Germany, the Social Democrats would sooner ally themselves with the reactionary right than make common cause with the Reds,
which is what handed Hitler. Hitler did not win democratically. Hindenburg won, and then handed Hitler the chancellorship.
Yeah, because earlier in 1924, Social Democratic officials in the Ministry of the Interior used the Reichswehr and the Free Corps fascist paramilitary troops, often referred to as the Freikorps, to attack left-wing demonstrators. They imprisoned 7,000 workers and suppressed Communist Party newspapers. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was also the one that killed Liebknecht and Rosa, right? 1924?
Yeah. I think I don't want to say that I'm an expert on that. You can read about all that right here in this book that I have read, but I haven't retained every single portion of. If you're interested, it is here. So yeah, and that idea, that same thing that you're talking about, where Mussolini, talked about like this specter of Bolshevism, and Hitler talked about this specter of Bolshevism, is the same reason why less educated people such as Turtle think that all of the Cold War was caused by communism. This is why in Guatemala they were like, oh, the Arbenz and the redistribution of United Fruit Lands. This is Soviet subversion of the people, and this is definitely not an internal, organic, socialistic type of development. This type of like charade is utilized by the CIA all throughout the third world. That you strike fear into the people, or at least into the United States, who can grant these types of things. That there's the Reds are there, and they're doing it all.
So yeah, this section of the chapter ends, with in such diverse countries as Lithuania, Croatia, Romania, Hungary, and Spain, a similar fascist pattern emerged to do its utmost to save big capital from the impositions of democracy. And this is not to gainsay that cultural differences can lead to important variations. Consider, for instance, the horrific role played by anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany as compared to fascist Italy.
Oh my God! I didn't even bring up North Korea and Vietnam in the millions of people that have died. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry.
Don't
you
worry
okay?
about it.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the situation here.
Who did the fascists support, Pat?
Well, I'll tell you who they supported. Private industry. This is an awesome paper by a PhD economics professor from Barcelona named Germa Bell, and it's called Against the Mainstream, Nazi Privatization in the 1930s. I will not read to you the whole thing. I read the entire thing. I don't know what I was doing. Not only did I read these 22 pages, but I've read 3 separate academic journals just about like this paper. I've broken out all my other books around the subject. Let's see here. So Against the Mainstream, I'm only going to read like the abstract and then a little bit of the introduction. And there's a couple graphs in here that I wanted to show. So the Great Depression spurred state ownership in Western capitalist countries. Germany was no exception. The last governments of the Weimar Republic took over firms in diverse sections. So what they're referring to here is that after World War I and the ensuing depression, there was a lot of like state ownership, like a growth of state ownership to be able to like salvage the economy. Later, the Nazi regime transferred public ownership and public services to the private sector. In doing so, they went against the mainstream trends in the Western capitalist countries, none of which systematically reprivatized firms during the 1930s. Privatization in Germany was also unique in transferring to private hands the delivery of public services previously provided by the government. Very neoliberal of them. The firms.
Wait. So you're telling me, right, that socialist Nazis, right?
Socialist Nazis.
They took responsibilities away from the government and put them into private hands for profit.
Just like Marx said.
That sounds very counterintuitive to the ideas of Marx.
You know what? I mean, I'm sure Turtle can enlighten us further on the reason why that's perfectly in line with Marxism. Hopefully when their minutes are up, they can come in and they can weigh in on that situation. But the firms and the services transferred to private ownership belong to diverse sectors. Privatization was part of an intentional policy with multiple objectives and was not ideologically driven. As in many recent privatizations, particularly within the European Union, strong financial restrictions were a central motivation. In addition, privatization was used as a political tool to enhance support for the government and for the Nazi Party. All right. And then it has a really clean, there's a whole introduction. I'm not going to read into that, but it goes down here and it talks about all the different sections. So look, I'm not going to read them all. I'm just going to kind of show you railways. Here's how how it was done in the railways. Here it is in the steel and the mining. Here it is in banking. shipbuilding, the shipping lines, local public utilities. Yeah. So, and then it talks about this too, where even like things like doing inspections on buildings and things like that. It talks about these types of like public services, which weren't even necessarily like business or industry, which were just like tasks of the government that started being transferred into private hands as well. I'll link this in the
nothing
chat.
they didn't privatize.
They were on a quest for privatization, man. You know, and I know that's very Marxist of them. Let's look here. There's some interesting tables here. So here's proceeds from privatization between 1934, 1935, 1936, and 1937, and then up to 1938. And you can see a drastic increase over each time interval between the proceeds from privatization. And then also over here, you'll notice this is total revenue of the country and the percentage that it became like a larger percentage of the overall revenue. And that actually has a very interesting, that might not sound like much, like, oh, it's only 1.3% of the country's revenue. Here's an interesting graph here. Privatization proceeds and fiscal reserves. So this shows countries in 1997 to 2000, which is obviously like, this is post Reagan, post Thatcher,
right?
You know, when privatization, neoliberal capitalism is the way of the world at this point. Privatization is the default economic status at this point. So this shows where Germany is today, or not today, but in recent times. In Nazi Germany, it was over twice the amount of revenue that they received from privatization than in Germany during the 90s and up into the early 2000s. It looks like it was right up in, the late 90s, early 2000s. And that's like, you know, if you look at this, like it's, you know, even in Thatcherite, the United Kingdom, you're looking at many, many times more of its revenue coming from privatization. So that's a really interesting little way to just compare like how much money that they were making from privatization as opposed to like they are, let's say now or in recent history, should I say.
In the name of saving society from the Red Menace, unions and strikes were outlawed. Union property and farm cooperatives were confiscated and handed over to rich private owners. Minimum wage laws, overtime pay, and factory safety regulations were abolished. Elon Musk, would be going wild. Speed ups became commonplace. Dismissals or imprisonment awaited those workers who complained about unsafe or inhumane work conditions. Workers toiled longer hours for less pay. The already modest wages were severely cut. In Germany, by 25 to 40%. In Italy, by 50%. Also, it's worth noting, in Italy, child labor was reintroduced. Fuck. Both Mussolini and Hitler showed their gratitude to their big business patrons by privatizing many perfectly solvent state-owned steel mills, power plants, banks, and steamship companies like Pat just brought up. Yep. Both regimes dipped heavily into the public treasury to refloat or subsidize heavy industry. Agribusiness farming was expanded and heavily subsidized. Both states guaranteed a return on the capital invested by giant corporations while assuming most of the risks and losses on investments. As is often the case with reactionary regimes, public capital was raided by private capital. At the same time, taxes were increased for the general populace, but lowered or eliminated for the rich and big business. Inheritance taxes on the wealthy were greatly reduced or abolished altogether. The result of this? In Italy, during the 1930s, the economy was gripped by recession, a staggering public debt, and widespread corruption. But industrial profits rose, and the armaments factories busily rolled out weapons in preparation for the war to come. Oh, you're back.
Just we don't need to necessarily, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm just going to respond by reading the conclusion of a PhD in economics who wrote about it. And if they have something, maybe another kind of like, PhD, like peer-reviewed source that they want to provide that refutes this, then they can do that. So although modern, that's not what an appeal, you didn't even finish it. It's an appeal to authority. And appeal to authority is only relevant when you appeal to a non-relevant authority, like law, for example. But you can absolutely non-fallaciously appeal to experts. And a PhD in economics on privatization is an expert. Yes, it is, dude. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Like that's like being like marijuana is wrong because it's illegal. That's not appealing to a authority. That's appealing to an authority, not an expert. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Have you been through any college level philosophy course or logic course? I'm going to say no. I know you haven't. I know you haven't. And I've been through
you probably
and I'm
watched
sorry
them.
to pull my own authority on you, but you're so wrong.
You probably watched them like Ben Shapipo fucking video about like the basics of debate or
no.
some
It's
shit.
like it's literally like Logic 101. It's literally like Logic 101 when you learn about appealing to authority. You can appeal to authority fallaciously or non-fallaciously, and you can appeal to experts. You can even do this in a court of law. Okay,
let me see the ones in chat if you think that Turtle actually has a fucking PhD or just any degree.
I'm going to read this while the chat handles that. Although modern economic literature usually ignores the fact that the Nazi government in the 1930s, Germany undertook a wide-scale privatization policy. The government sold public ownership in several state-owned firms in different sectors. In addition, delivery of some public services previously produced by the public sector was transferred to the private sector, mainly to organizations within the Nazi Party. Ideological motivations do not explain Nazi privatization. However, political motivations were important. The Nazi government may have used privatization as a tool to improve its relationship with big industrialists and to increase support among this group for its policies. Privatization was also likely used to foster more widespread political support for the party. Finally, financial motivations played a central role in Nazi privatization. The proceeds from privatization 1934 to 1937 had a relevant fiscal significance. No less than 1.37% of total fiscal revenues were obtained from selling shares in public firms. Moreover, the government avoided including a huge expenditure in the budget by using outside of the budget tools to finance the public services franchised by Nazi organizations. Nazi economic policy in the mid-30s went against the mainstream in several dimensions. The huge increase in public expenditure programs was unique and was the increase in the armament programs, and together they heavily constrained the budget. Exceptional policies were put in place to finance this exceptional expenditure, and privatization was just one among them. Nazi Germany privatized systematically and was the only country to do so at the time. This drove Nazi policy against the mainstream, which flowed against privatization of state ownership or public services until the last quarter of the century. The term privatization was actually coined to talk about the Nazi economic system.
Right. Thus, fascism is misrepresented as a mutant form of socialism. In fact, if fascism means anything, it means all-out government support for business and severe repression of anti-business, pro-labor forces. Turtle, he literally just was talking about that for like the last 5 minutes of what they privatized, right? And we're not retreading the same fucking water. Either pay attention or don't post in chat. I don't know what to tell you. So, do you want to talk about the major economic interests of Spain, assisted by at least one Texas oil millionaire, and the other elements of international capital did indeed finance Franco's fascist invasion and coup against the Spanish Republic?
Well, let's see what I have here.
His name is Torkhold Rierber.
To be honest, I don't think I have a lot on that. The next topic that I wanted to get into was the denazification. So if you have something on that, you can conduct the reins on this one.
All right, let me pull this up real quick. Got this guy, and then I got to do this thing, and then I got to do that thing, hit that, and present. Share screen. Torkhold. Allow. All right, so this guy, Torkhold Rierber, right? Can you, is that enough? Can you see that?
I can see it.
So he founded the Texas company, or Texaco, as anybody remembers today. Rierber was sympathetic to fascist regimes in Europe in the 1930s and illegally supplied oil on credit to Franco's forces during the Spanish Civil War. He also purchased tankers from Germany in exchange for oil. The last tanker was delivered from Hamburg after the outbreak of World War II. For a while, Texaco continued to ship oil to Germany via South America. When Reber's ties to the Nazis were revealed in August 1940, right, there was a scandal and he was forced to resign. Reber continued in the oil industry. Iran nationalized British oil holdings in 1951, but following the 1953 Iranian coup, which we have talked about, that restored the Shah to power, Reber negotiated an end to the dispute. So it just seems like these guys never actually get, what's the word, punished?
Like, what's that word that I'm looking for? Let's bypass the denazification. I'm just going to sidebar that, and we'll get that. Let's talk about the United States as they supported these fascist regimes, because I also have a tab on that. That's kind of like the territory that we're getting on, right?
Huh.
Wait. Herman Goring, you say? Yeah.
I was given
So
a
you
message
say.
from Hitler. Huh.
Read that out. Go ahead. Read it out. Don't just let it sit there in dead air.
Reber met Field Marshal Hermann Goring in 1940 and was given a message to Hitler to President Roosevelt, inviting him to support Berlin's plan for a European Union led by Germany. It's funny. Where is the European Union of today's bank located? Which would open its doors to the United States. Roosevelt rejected the offer. Reber also talked with the German agent Gotthard Alois Verstrick, or whatever, who was gathering information about American armaments and intentions concerning the European war. After the fall of France, Verstrick threw a celebratory party at the Manhattan Waldorf Astoria Hotel, June 26, 1940, attended by senior executives of IT&T, General Motors.
More information on that little company coming soon.
Henry Ford? So Reber?
I got a lot of information on all this, so please, let's get into this.
Okay, all right. Do you want to just take over from here?
No, you can finish what you're saying here.
Okay,
I can take over and jump into all this stuff. Yeah.
Verstrick posed as a trade official and made much of the huge trade potential with the new German Empire once Britain had been defeated, which would soon be accomplished. Verstrick also met with Reber at his head office in the Chrysler Building. The British Secret Service disclosed this to an American press, causing an uproar. Publicity about Captain Reber's pro-Nazi views began to threaten Texaco's sales. After a stormy meeting in August 1940, the Texaco board of directors forced Reber to resign. In July 1940, Life magazine had published a lengthy profile of Reber. It's kind of funny that, those U.S. magazines and newspapers, they always seem to play a role in making articles or interviews with people that are pro-business and anti-worker. Reporting this resignation on the 26th of August 1940 issue, Life portrayed him as an innocent victim whose only errors had been to dine with Verstrick and lend him a Texas company car. Torkel Reber had already aided the German Navy in finding ships of Texaco heading for the UK. Life magazine did not know that.
Shout out to Dorian here. Weird how many pro-Nazis there were in U.S. business before and even after the war. So let's get into that real quick. Did you cover this to the extent that you wanted to?
Yeah. I just there was one other guy that I found, but
I got a handful of guys. If you're looking for guys,
you're looking for guys.
If you're looking for guys, I got a couple guys over here. How about Rockefeller Chase National Bank? You want to talk about that one?
Oh fuck yeah, because I couldn't find a whole lot on that. I was trying to find YouTube vids on that.
Yeah. Because I didn't have to look hard. Let's see here. This is Chase Bank right here, right on this. Let's go down to, I don't know, which of these do I want to talk about? Oh, how about World War II related controversies, which has several subtexts in it. You would think one would be enough, but let's just see. A press release from the National Archives and Records Administration announced that many of the new federal FBI files had become declassified. This declassification enabled the discovery that before and during the earliest World War II, the German government sold special kind of Reichsmark known as Ruck-Wanderer. I'm sorry.
Ruck-Wanderer.
To American citizens of German descent. Chase National Bank, along with other businesses, were involved in these transactions. Through Chase, this allowed sympathizers to purchase.
Wait. I'm sorry, Pat. I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is comedy fucking gold.
Do people not talk about that? Is that not
people
a comedy?
Don't talk about that?
People don't
talk about USSR related controversies?
Yeah, like I think that's a pretty big and popular topic. We're just happen to be reading a book on a specific topic, and we're not even talking about communism. We're not even talking about communism right now. We're talking about fascism and American business. Like, this isn't like disputable. We're not like, even talking about the USSR or anything like that. Like,
literally, we've mentioned the USSR like once.
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah. It's like completely unrelated. And we're just talking about factual information about American businesses financing fascism.
Oh, no, FDR? Yeah, no, he was definitely a socialist sympathizer. He was like buddies with Stalin. Well, you know that?
I've seen a picture of them sitting together. You know who else was there? Churchill.
Yeah, even Churchill.
He must have been a socialist sympathizer too.
Yeah. So anyways, moving on. All right, back to the Ruckwalker.
No, that's fine.
Rottweiler money.
Through Chase, this allowed Nazi sympathizers to purchase marks with the dollar at a discounted rate. Specifically, the financial houses. Dude, you're so fucking stupid. You can't even realize when we're being sarcastic. Like, so stupid. Through Chase, this allowed Nazi sympathizers to purchase marks with dollars at a discounted rate. Specifically, the financial house understood that the German government paid the commissions to its agents, including Chase, through the sale of discounted blocked marks that came mainly from Jews who had fled Germany. In other words, Nazi Germany was able to offer these marks below face value because they had been stolen from immigrants fleeing the Nazi regime. Between 1936 and 1941, the Nazis amassed over 20 million, and the businesses enabling these transactions earned 1.2 million in commissions. Of these commissions, over 500,000 went to Chase National Bank and its subagents. Turtle's a PhD in economics. Maybe he can tell me what subagents. They put a fucking dash in cooperation, and then they remove the hyphen out of subage. You know what I mean? It's like, what kind of shit is going over there on Wikipedia?
Well, I mean,
Who's
like
editing
all being
these
edited
fucking
by like a Fed.
Yeah. These facts were discovered by when the FBI began its investigation in October 1940. The purpose of the investigation was to follow German Americans who had bought the marks. However, Chase National Bank's executives were never federally prosecuted. Remember that thing you brought up about being punished?
It's funny how like anybody that had any sort of business dealings with Nazis just kind of kept rolling.
Oh, it's so slippery. How can we get a hold of these? Oh man, Chase's lead. Okay, so let's see. However, Chase National Bank's executives were never federally prosecuted because Chase's lead attorney threatened to reveal FBI, Army, and Navy sources and methods in court. I guess there's citation needed on that, so take that with a grain of salt. Publicly naming the sources and methods could have posed security risks and threatened future intelligence gathering. To avoid such revelations, the executives' violations of the Johnson Act, Espionage, and Foreign Agents Registration Act were never prosecuted. So the executives of Chase Banks violated not only the Johnson Act, not only the Espionage Act, but not only the Foreign Agents Registration Act, all three of those, but they were never prosecuted because this would cause security risks.
You know, they just had such an inspiring future ahead of them, you know, that like they couldn't find it in their hearts to ruin that, you know.
It's like that swimmer that raped the girl behind the dumpster. You know, he had such a promising future. He had such a promising future that, you know, how can we, you know what I mean? Like, how could we punish him for heinously raping a woman? You know what I mean? That would just be, that would diminish the bright future of this athlete.
Yeah.
It's kind of how they treated Chase Bank. Chase Bank is like the Brock Turner of the Holocaust.
Yeah. Let's put that on our merch.
Yeah. Okay, so I wish I could say that that's the end of this. This is an exhausting fucking topic to talk about Chase Bank during the Holocaust, but we got more. Treasury officials
holy
wanted an
shit.
investigation of French subsidiaries of American banks, including Chase Bank, JP Morgan, blah, 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 blah. Of these banks, only Chase and Morgan remained open in France during Nazi occupation. The Chase branch in chief in Paris, Carlos Niederman, told his supervisor in New York that there has been an expansion of deposits. Also, Niederman was very rigorous in enforcing restrictions against Jewish property, even going so far as to refuse to release funds belonging to Jews in anticipation that a decree. Here, you gotta just ban him because
All right, yeah, no,
Sam's gonna
you're
leave
you're
and shit like
causing
that.
problems, man.
Yeah, like I want to let you do it, but like people are like, I can't.
So
Sam,
like,
stay, man.
you did it to yourself, you
Yeah.
know.
We were more than tolerant of it, and I really don't like being censorious here. But if like the people that are
no.
actually here,
Oh no.
what?
Oh, he literally started going off about like, yeah, you don't want to know. I'll tell you later after the stream.
Sam, are you still here? Can you send something in the chat just so you know that we're.
Holy Christ.
Is there any way that we can message Sam?
No, he's still here.
Okay, cool. Sam, I'm sorry, and anyone else in the chat, I'm sorry. I think like I have. Okay, cool. And just because they're not here anymore, like I really like pride myself on us not being like an echo chamber, and like I want people to come here and disagree, and I am actually very open to debate. Like if somebody wants to get, maybe not on this stream because I don't want to like taint this stream with that, but like on like a separate stream with me and have like a voice to voice debate, I'm open to that. And I don't want to be like a fucking, the moment you say something that's fucking, oh dude, that pulling teeth shirt is sick. I don't want to be like, a dickhead that's like, oh, you don't agree with what I'm saying, get him out of here. But like, there's like a way that this can happen and a way that it can. And the moment that our chat starts being like, yo, I'm out because I can't deal with this person. It's like, all right, man, like we tried to be tolerant. We tried to be charitable to the things that you're saying, that you're not just being like a troll and you're not like oscillating to every fucking topic that has ever existed in the historical record of socialism and beyond, as if I'm supposed to be able to respond to that, where you take absolutely no accountability to the things that you're wrong of. You're just doing it just to not even to stir things, because I enjoy doing it. I'm not necessarily stirred, but just to distract. We don't have to tolerate that.
We could be literally like talking about bullshit right now and be done with chapter 1 if not for fucking Turtle and that other dickhead.
Yeah. But back to Chase Bank. Is everybody else still here too? Is Dorian still here? Is the crew still here? I know I know that Unelectable and Sam are still here. I just hope that I didn't upset too many of the people there, because I kept engaging with it. I'll take responsibility for some of that, because I love dunking on dickheads that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like I like it as a sport. I enjoy it in a very toxic and immature part of myself. So I'll admit that. So I'll admit that maybe I need to reflect on that quality of myself, is that, you know what I mean? I want to fucking like, just be like, you're a fucking idiot, you're wrong, and here's why. But we'll cross that bridge when it presents itself again. And I'm sorry to you, Johnny, if that was kind of like annoying to you that I kept doing that.
No, it's fine. No, if anything, like, I just know that like we want to like cover these books, right? And I just want to make sure that like we don't lose track of like what we're trying to talk about, because like it's I get where you're coming from, and like what you're trying to accomplish with that, like, and my hope is that like maybe one day we will have somebody that like will actually come in here in good faith or something, but like I'm just not seeing that. And I think that you maybe have a point that because communism is in the title, like they're just coming in here and just acting like dickheads,
Yeah, because this didn't happen when we did Counter Rev, and it didn't really happen in the Divide either.
No. But
and like the thing is, they can talk whatever shit they want, but we're fucking we're just going through facts right now. We're not making any kind of like grand allegiances to like communism. We're not doing like really like any kind of like proselytizing and like people need to go out and fucking do whatever. We're just like, hey, this is what happened. This is interesting. So like they just want to get in and fucking
Yeah, and like
Don't take me seriously. There was really nothing to take seriously. So you're right, Sam. And don't apologize. Like we want this to be a community that enjoys what we're doing. And if like us engage or like me engaging with that, like gets to the community that we've managed to cultivate up at this point that we're very grateful for, makes them uncomfortable, then we'll the moment I heard you say that you were about to leave, I was like, all right, done. Like, this isn't going to happen another second longer. So like, feel free at any point that if anybody in here like is like not psyched about something, just make a note in the chat and we'll do our best to correct it if it's within reason.
Like,
so
I want you all to know
for letting us know that you were kind of I appreciate you letting us know that you were fed up. And I know that there was other times that you put like hammers in there to give them like the band hammer and stuff like that. And we probably should have listened a little earlier, to be honest.
I mean, like, look. If from now on, if like more than 2 people are like giving me like hammer emojis, all right, done.
You guys have the power for that. You know what I mean? Because like I'm immature and contrarian, so like when I see somebody say something, I just have to be like, no, you're fucking stupid. Here's this. But like sometimes you guys are like the better heads that can prevail here and like salvage me from my toxic mindset.
Pat is poisoned with debate brain.
Oh shit!
His mind and soul are just poisoned with debate.
All right. So I want to get back into Chase Bank and how absolutely detestable that they were. Do you bank with? No, I shouldn't. Probably shouldn't dox ourselves about who we bank.
You don't need to know what bank I bank with, but like, there's no.
A lot of people bank with Chase.
There's what's the word? There's no ethical means of banking.
Yeah, you're right. But I guess I was just trying to illustrate how common, like, or how huge Chase Bank still is, despite everything that we're saying here. I don't have a bank account. So of these banks, so we're talking about in France now, where Niederman, who was the French, the chief of France Chase Bank branches, who was very rigorous in enforcing restrictions against Jewish property, and even going as far as to refuse to release funds belonging to Jews in anticipation that a decree with retroactive provisions prohibiting such release might be published in the near future by the occupying Nazi authorities. That's a citation needed, so I guess take that with a grain of salt.
I mean, no, it's not that far off because in the 90s, Deutsche Bank got indicted for funding the fucking Holocaust.
Yeah. So in 1998, Chase General Counsel William McDavid said that Chase Bank did not have control over Niederman. Whether that claim was true or not, Chase Manhattan Bank acknowledged seizing about 100 accounts during the Vichy regime. For those of you who don't know, Vichy was the collaborationist fascist government of France. I think a lot of people talk about like France as like they were like purely victims, like subjugated by Nazi Germany. There was actually a significant contingent of France that was very much fascist in their own right and was downright prepared and willing to comply with the Nazis.
I need to tell you a story real quick. Another Johnny Lore story. Okay, so like me and my family, right, when we went to go visit my grandfather when he was dying, right, we were like, oh, let's do like a day trip to like France because you can do that, it's like a little tour thing.
There's trains.
Yeah, like you could take a train under like the fucking the little body of water that divides them. I don't know, just whatever the fucking channel.
English channel.
Yeah,
the channel.
And so we were on like the tour bus in France. And we had this old French lady talking about when the Nazis invaded France. And she's like, we do not consider it an invasion because you have to be uninvited in order to invade. And we allowed them to come into our country so that they do not destroy our beautiful buildings. And I was just like, lady, what the fuck are you saying?
But she's actually more right than as it's portrayed in history textbooks. I mean, or at least in like American history textbooks, which America has a very skewed understanding of World War II, in general. And that's like one of like the misconceptions of World War II history is that France was just like, oh no, the Nazis are here. We really don't want this, and we would never, be conciliatory with Nazis or fascism. We're just completely held against our will. Dunkirk, you know what I mean? Like,
Dunkirk.
without much of like a reference to the Vichy regime. What is it? Vichy regime?
Vichy.
I don't know why I keep saying Vichy. I'm sorry. I've read it more than I've heard it. Vichy Prashad.
The Vichy regime.
So, Kenneth McCallion, a partner in the New York firm Goodkind, Labaton, Rudolph, and Sukaro, led a lawsuit against Barclays for the illegal seizure of assets during World War II and has since turned his attention toward Chase. I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. The
We're
World
never gonna
Jewish
have fun
Congress
now.
entered into discussions with Chase, and spokesperson for the WJC said nobody at Chase today is guilty. They were not involved in whatever happened, but they do accept that they have institutional responsibility. So that's meaning that like now in 1998, when this is being said, no one alive today has responsibility, but as an institution, they do have a responsibility. A Chase spokesman said, "This is a moral issue that we take very seriously." Chase General Counsel McDavid added that Chase intends to compensate Jewish account holders whose assets were illegally plundered. In 1999, the French government formed a commission to report findings to Prime Minister Lionel Jospin. Commissioner member and history professor at Sorbonne said that under the Vichy regime, banks received visits from Nazi officials, but U.S. banks did not. At that time, they did not have to report Jewish accounts, but they did just as the French banks did. She goes on to say that an American ambassador protected the U.S. subsidiaries.
You know what's funny is that, like, this whole, like, they should pay some kind of, like, reparations for the war crimes that they did, right?
Yeah.
It's like pulling fucking teeth. But, like, fucking Haiti, like, nope, we are getting that fucking money. I don't care how hard you got hit by whatever, you're paying back that fucking money from overthrowing your slave masters like 300 fucking years ago.
Well, and not only that, sorry, my cat's meowing in the background. Not only that, but many American businesses, which I'm about to get into, were reimbursed by the United States for being bombed for their continued operation in Germany.
Yeah.
So like General Motors, I believe, had a factory that was bombed and they got compensation from the government because they were like supplying armaments to the Nazis. But the Jewish people who had their savings plundered as they fled these, Nazi occupied areas were not able to be recompensated.
Where the hell is it? There's that part in the book where they literally stated during the war that Germans were literally hiding inside of these American factories as bomb shelters because U.S. bombardiers were literally like commanded not to bomb these very specific buildings.
Right. So interesting thing here. The settlement made by Chase Manhattan, which was well under $1 million, just so that you know, in asset reparations. So, I mean, like a paltry sum to like a massive multinational fucking banking cartel. The settlement made by Chase Manhattan was the first bank to reach settlement over Holocaust-related claims. So that's interesting. Oh, my cat's here.
So, oh, look at that. Look at that baby boy. So, all right. I just want to come back to the book a little bit here. So the greatest source of Hitler's wealth was a secret slush fund while all of this shit was going on, right? A slush fund to which leading German industrialists regularly donated. Hitler, quote, knew that as long as German industry was making money, his private money sources would be inexhaustible. Thus, he'd see to it that German industry was never better off than under his rule by launching, for one thing, gigantic armament projects, or what we today would call fat defense contracts. And far from being ascetic, Hitler lived quite self-indulgently. During his entire tenure in office, he got special rulings from the German tax office that allowed him to avoid paying income or property taxes. He had a motor pool of limousines, private apartments, country homes, a vast staff of servants, and a majestic estate in the Alps, which I'm sure we've all seen the, footage of, him and his family. His happiest times were spent entertaining European royalty, because we all know how much socialists love royalty, including the Duke and Duchess of Windsor themselves, who numbered among his enthusiastic admirers. So I actually found the former King of Britain paying a visit to Nazi Germany. I don't know if you want me to pull that up.
Yeah, if you'd like to. Do you want me to? Let me here. Wait. Let me just close this thing on Chase real quick. So just that it's known, in February 2000, more than 50 years after information regarding ties between Chase and Nazi Germany was revealed during congressional hearings, Chase Manhattan publicly acknowledged the deal its predecessors, Chase National Bank, made with Nazi Germany, which helped the German government exchange marks, which also likely originated from the forced sale of assets by Jewish refugees. So that's been publicly acknowledged at this point by Chase. Also, just a fun fact here. The U.S. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control found that J.P. Morgan had illegally aided dictatorships in Cuba, Sudan, Liberia, and Iran, including, so Chase is really, or J.P. Morgan is really up to quite a bit of stuff over there.
A bank being nefarious and, not exactly honest about all of their dealings.
Yeah,
come on.
Exactly.
Come
on.
on.
All right, so go ahead with what you were saying.
All right. Where the fuck is it? Here we go.
I can't hear. Is there audio?
Oh, you can't hear it?
No. Go to the volume bar that in YouTube. Like,
it's as loud as it goes.
Can Chad hear it? Maybe it's just me. Can you guys hear the video? Anybody in chat?
Chat, can you hear this? God damn it.
Send it to me real quick.
I hate this shit.
Right when Johnny figures out how to screen share properly, now his videos just won't work. I got it right here. I have the link to all the YouTube stuff. Hold
on. Okay.
I got it.
Thanks, Pat. I don't know why my computer never fucking plays this shit.
Listen, man, between the two of us, we can, we'll figure it out.
The stream. Hey, Groovy, what's good?
My God.
Oh, wait.
My YouTube Premium just expired. Groovy. I have to update my card.
No, you don't have to dox yourself.
Almost 6 months after abdicating,
Finally made it.
Mary Wallace, the woman he had given up the throne for.
Is there audio to this video?
Windsor.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Sister to attend.
You can hear this right now.
But there was a family ban on the former king's big day. This
normal-looking human being,
George, the youngest brother of the pack.
I can't hear
it. He had a very, very strong bond with Edward.
All right, as long as everybody else hears it, that's all I care about.
Troubled youth involved with women and men and drugs and the lot. And Edward had helped him to emerge from that.
George was torn because he knew that he'd be letting his brother down if he didn't fulfill that promise.
I'm sure Edward was deeply embittered by this experience. It was more than a snub. It was an announcement that what he had hoped would be the fulfillment of his happiness was actually going to involve him in being an exile.
In the autumn following Edward's wedding, there was a sighting of him in Paris by a friend of the family.
So we've got a letter from Mary to her mother. My darling Mama, Portia told me she had seen him in Paris and he looked well and seemed happy. He evidently was pleased to get your letter as he mentioned it. I wrote to him a fortnight ago, but have had no answer.
And the former king was about to step back into the public realm.
Edward decides it's time to relaunch himself as a major public personality. He's not just going to retreat into being a playboy on the Riviera. No, he is a big figure and he wants to be recognized as a big figure. So where's he going to go? Not back to England, obviously. Nazi Germany.
The Duke and Duchess of Windsor visit Germany. There's a big crowd at the station to catch a glimpse of His Royal Highness and the Duchess on their arrival from Paris. High-O's echo in their ears as they drive away to their hotel.
In October 1937, Edward chose Nazi Germany as the place to relaunch himself as a public figure.
Bertie said this visit was to him a complete bombshell.
Edward spent 12 days in Germany, touring workers' housing, a munitions factory, and traveling on Hitler's personal train. The trip was paid for by the Nazis. Edward had often waded indiscreetly into politics, in contrast to his father, who had styled himself as the epitome of royal neutrality. Now Edward was off the leash.
So yeah, it's kind of funny how, like, out of all the places that the English Empire spanned across the entire
The sun
fucking
never
globe,
sets on the empire on which the sun never sets.
right?
Nazi Germany in 1937.
Yeah, let's
Something like
go
that,
to
too.
Nazi Germany. You know, like that's where he decides to go. Not the Riviera, not literally anywhere else he could possibly fucking go. Yeah, no, and not to mention they tried to hide this like hardcore. This isn't even like, oh, this is just like forgotten or something. They literally tried to, like, especially because of all the bombings that like Germany did on England, especially after that, they tried to hide this like as hard as they could. And I
Well,
don't even think it was
Chamberlain, I'm pretty sure Chamberlain was pretty, conciliatory with old Hitler as well.
Oh, I have another video, I believe, about that as well.
You want to watch it now?
Let me see if I can pull it up. No, that's Charles Lindbergh and the Rise of 19. Charles Lindbergh was a U.S. guy.
You mean the Lindbergh baby?
Yeah, that guy.
Have a baby?
No, he was like totally like pro-Nazi. Trying to see if it's the Neville Chamberlain returns from Germany with the Munich Agreement, which is another interesting thing that like a lot of people will try and say that like Sam just bringing it up here, right? Stalin worked with Hitler, then immediately after 27 million Russians died, but they're allies somehow. Well, that's the thing, is that nobody ever brings up the Munich Agreement, right? The Munich Agreement happened, I believe, even before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which, you know, is another thing to consider. That, like,
I think there was actually multiple Munich agreements, or like them, like with many countries in Germany. I don't think
pacts made with Nazis.
Oh,
of course,
no.
Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is the first one to come up. There's the Anglo-German Naval Agreement. There's the Brussels Agreement in 1924. There's the Four Powers Pact, right? Also known as the Quadripartite Agreement, was an international treaty between Britain, France, Italy, and Nazi Germany that was initiated on June 7th, 1933, signed on the 15th of July, 1933. There's, let's see here, the German-Estonian Non-Aggression Pact, right? That's from 1939. There's a Latvian Non-Aggression Pact, 1939. The German-Polish Declaration of Non-Aggression, also known as the German-Polish Non-Aggression Pact, was a non-aggression agreement between Nazi Germany and the Second Polish Republic that was signed on the 26th of January, 1934 in Berlin. There's the German-Romanian Treaty for the Development of Economic Relations between the two countries. It was a bilateral economic agreement signed between German and the Romanian governments in Bucharest in the 23rd of March, 1939. There's the, let's see here, the German-Turkish Treaty of Friendship, a non-aggression pact signed between Nazi Germany and Turkey on the 18th of June, 1941. Like I can go on and on. There is more than just the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Well, and also, if I'm not mistaken, I think even if you go into the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure it says right in the opening thing that this was done after the Soviet Union or Stalin directly had attempted to. Here, it says it right here. So I'm not even going into like esoteric, I'm not reading this out of a Grover Fur book or anything. The establishment of the treaty was preceded by Soviet efforts to form a tripartite alliance with Britain and France, which did not happen. Britain and France did not engage in a tripartite alliance with the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany. It was attempted. It says it right here. It's right on the fucking top of the Wikipedia page. I'm not being like, politically biased on this or anything like that. I'm just saying that, there was attempts prior to this, and this can be considered a last ditch effort for a struggling, non-industrialized or like nascently developing country that was just ravaged by a civil war to prepare itself for the greatest war in
Well, I mean, like they had like 2 civil wars. It had roaming factions in like, the Ukrainian countryside with the what is it? The Makhnovites or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. There was countless invasions by foreign powers, including the U.S.
Yeah. So yeah,
and the guy who's the leader of the country literally wrote a whole book about how he wants to make your people slaves.
Yeah, and then we can acknowledge that he tried getting with the Allied powers and being like, "Hey, Nazis are doing stuff. They've remilitarized the Sudetenland or the Sudetenland. They've taken Czechoslovakia. They've remilitarized the Rhine. This is all stuff that they weren't supposed to do. Maybe we should do a tripartite alliance?" And Britain and France were like, "Nah." And the United States didn't even like formally like get involved in this until after Stalingrad. And it was like pretty much like obvious that the Reds were going to win. The Red Army was going to win the war. And then the United States jumped into D-Day. D-Day was not until after the eastward expansion of the Nazis was pushed back significantly. The U.S. kind of, there was the Lend-Lease Act. I'm not going to pretend that the Lend-Lease Act didn't exist. They were aiding the Soviet in terms of like materials. That was happening. You can't say, I'm not going to say that it wasn't. But in terms of boots on the ground, they bided their time until the Nazis were pretty clearly using, and then they jumped their asses right into half of Germany and were like, "Oh, this half's ours."
Right. And look here, let's bring it back to the book.
They did the same thing with Japan,
dude.
And they did the same thing with Korea.
Fucking during the 1920s and early 1930s, major publications like Fortune, the Wall Street Journal, Saturday Evening Post, New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and Christian Science Monitor hailed Mussolini as the man who rescued Italy from anarchy and radicalism. And Neville Chamberlain, the what of England?
He was like a prime minister.
He was the prime minister of England, right? You had even Churchill saying that, like, where the fuck is it? I'm sure you can find it on YouTube, the speech that Churchill made if he was Italian. You've never heard that one?
No. But isn't there a little bit of like
this is
Man of the Year in
Winston
1938?
I'm going to quote Winston fucking Churchill, right? Quote, "If I had been an Italian, I am sure that I should have been wholeheartedly with you from the start to finish in your triumphant struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism."
Yeah. Right. And then also you can see, I think it wasn't Hitler. I'm not making this up, right? That Hitler was Man of the Year in Time magazine.
Yeah.
It says it right here. This is actually Time's website that says it right here. Why Hitler? I'm sure they had to do a little bit of damage control, a little bit of damage control on that little nugget.
Backpedaling.
Yeah. I'm not going to read through this whole thing, but it's pretty funny to see like on Time magazine being like, "Yeah, well, things were different back then,"
which was, the style of the times.
Hitler appeared on the cover of Time magazine multiple occasions, most famously perhaps on 1939 when he was named Man of the Year. This is from Time's website too. Like, look, if you look up here, like I'm not like even like pulling this from like any kind of like weird source.
So they spun rhapsodic fantasies of a resurrected Italy where poverty and exploitation had suddenly disappeared, where Reds had been vanquished, harmony reigned, and Blackshirts protected a new democracy, quote unquote. The Italian language press in the United States eagerly joined the chorus. The two most influential newspapers, L'Italia of San Francisco, financed largely by AP, Gianni's Bank of America, and Il Progresso of New York, owned by multimillionaire Generoso Pope, looked favorably on the fascist regime and suggested that the United States could benefit from a similar social order, which is interesting when you learn about what is it, the banker's plot?
The business plot?
The business plot, that's it. The business plot is basically where a lot of very influential, rich, wealthy people in America conspired to overthrow FDR and to put in their own kind of strongman leader. And they approached Smedley Butler. And we discussed that on like a previous episode when we were going over The Divide by Jason Hickel. Right. So as with Mussolini, so with Hitler, the press did not look too unkindly upon Der Führer's Nazi dictatorship. There was a strong give Adolf a chance contingent, some of it greased by Nazi money. In exchange for more positive coverage in the Hearst newspapers, for instance, the Nazis paid almost 10 times the standard subscription rate for Hearst's INS wire service. In return, William Randolph Hearst instructed his correspondents in Germany to file friendly reports about Hitler's regime. Those who refused were transferred or fired, which goes back to what we were talking about in like our very first book-related episode, Inventing Reality. Hearst newspapers even opened their pages to occasional guest columns by prominent Nazi leaders like Alfred Rosenberg and Hermann Göring. In fact, I know for almost a fact that he also allowed Benito Mussolini to write articles for his newspapers, and they paid him like 10 times more than he was making as the leader of Italy.
Crazy. Yeah, that's astounding. You want to talk about DuPont?
DuPont?
You want to know about DuPont? You've heard of DuPont, right?
Yeah, DuPont Chemical?
Yep.
What about it?
Well, in case you didn't know, let's do a little Control F. This is just DuPont's regular ass Wikipedia page. Let's do a little Control F. Let's do a Control F on the word Nazi. Oops, what's this? DuPont was an estimated 150 American companies that provided Nazi Germany with patents, technological, and material resources that provided crucial to the German war effort. DuPont maintained business connections with various corporations of the Third Reich from 1933 until 1943, when all of DuPont's assets in Germany were seized by the Nazi government, along with those of all other American companies. Irene DuPont, a descendant of I'm not reading it. And the president of the company during the build-up to World War II was also a financial supporter of Nazi Führer Adolf Hitler and keenly followed Hitler since the 1920s.
Huh.
Hey, you ever heard of Ford?
Oh, Henry Ford?
I believe it's the Henry Ford. You know, the one that sometimes they say he provided the 8-hour workday?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You ever heard people say that Henry Ford gave us the 8-hour workday?
Like as in like workers, like striked and were like beaten and murdered by like.
Did you know that he wrote a book called The International Jew? He wrote a 4-volume set of anti-Semitic booklets. Did you know about
I believe they were sold in every single Ford dealership across America.
Are you making that up or is that serious?
No, I'm very serious. They were also stocked with copies of Mein Kampf. The man wrote poetry dedicated to Hitler, Pat.
Oh my God. So
he practically had like a halfie when he was getting a medal.
He got a medal. Yeah, we're gonna get to the medal that he got. But it's crazy. So Ford's anti-Semitic views which drew on a long tradition of false allegations against Jews, have been well documented. He promoted anti-Semitic content, including the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, through his newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, and his book, The International Jew. In July 1938, 4 months after the German annexation of Austria, Ford accepted the highest medal that Nazi Germany bestowed on a foreigner, the Grand Cross of the Order of the German Eagle. Ford continued to do business with Nazi Germany, including the manufacture of war material. However, he also agreed to build warplanes and engines for the British government. Classic capitalist, as if he has any kind of like allegiance to whichever side would be purchasing weapons from him.
It's that Always Sunny meme. I'm gonna
We're
play
playing both sides. However, he also agreed in early 1940, he boasted that Ford Motor Company would soon be able to produce a 1,000 euros warplanes a day, even though it did not have an aircraft production facility at the time. Ford was from an early member of the America First Committee, started by Nick Fuentes. No, I'm just kidding. Against World War II involvement, was forced to resign from its executive board when its involvement proved too controversial. Beginning in 1940, with the requisitioning of between 100 and 200 French POWs to work as slave laborers, Ford contraband Article 31 of the 1929 Geneva Convention.
I'm pretty certain that like Henry Ford would have probably like struck Nick Fuentes across the face with a tire iron simply based off of his name.
His last name. Oh my God. So I mean, is this pretty much just like in no ambiguous terms, just kind of saying that like Ford factories were utilizing French POWs for slave labor, which contradicted the 1929 Geneva Convention? Am I reading that right?
I mean, that's highlighted right there. Where's the citation from? Is it from some like wackadoo leftist?
Probably Grover Fur. Max Wallace. Max is close to Marx.
Yeah,
it's a bias.
How St. Martin's Press is just like, pumping out those fucking, hardcore lefty public,
Yeah. All right. What else do we got here? Because we got a lot on old Henry Fordo there. Ford received Kurt Lüdecke, representative Hitler, at home. Lüdecke was introduced to Ford by Sigrid Wagner, son of composer Richard Wagner. Right? Wagner?
Yeah, Wagner. He's a fellow anti-Semite.
Here it is. The Grand Cross of the German Eagle, an award bestowed on Ford by Nazi Germany.
There's got to be like video of it.
Stan Grover. In July 1938, the German consul in Cleveland gave Ford on his 75th birthday the award of the Grand Cross of the German Eagle. This is 1938, by the way. Like, this is getting a little late in the game to be getting adornments from the Nazis. James D. Mooney, Vice President of Overseas Cooperation with General Motors, received a similar medal. General Motors, we're going to talk about that in a moment. The Merit Cross of the German Eagle, first class. This is pretty crazy. So he wrote that book, The International Jew, was halted in 1942 through legal action by Ford despite complications from a lack of copyright. It is still banned in Germany. Extreme groups often recycle the material. It still appears on anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi websites. Testifying at Nuremberg, convicted Hitler Youth leader Baldur von Sackerasch, who in his role as something of Vienna deported 65,000 Jews to camps in Poland, stated, "The decisive anti-Semitic book I was reading and the book that influenced my comrades was the book by Henry Ford, The International Jew. I read it and became anti-Semitic." The book made a great influence on myself and my friends because we saw in Henry Ford the representative of success and also the representative of progressive social policy. So these were the Hitler Youth. They were not inspired by Marx or, some other kind of, more, let's say, egalitarian. They were looking at Henry Ford and being like, that's it. This is what we want. And no Bolsheviks or Jews are going to prevent us from being like Henry Ford. It's so crazy. Like, because I knew that there was some things about Henry Ford and like, oh, maybe there was like some like nebulous kind of murky supplies that they were whatever. Oh, maybe, whoops, we dropped all these armaments and it ended up in Germany. We don't know. We have so many factories. But like then reading that, like there is Hitler Youth being like, no, I was actually not inspired by Hitler, but I was actually inspired by the writings of Henry Ford.
Here we go. There's actually a picture of him receiving the medal. Let me pull that up real quick. Thank God it's not a goddamn video.
Oh, he didn't get it from Hitler himself?
Apparently not.
Damn it. I bet
Of
you
course,
he was pissed.
just look at him. Look at that.
Dude, he's
toothless
happier than a pig
smile.
in shit, man.
Dearborn, Michigan. Henry Ford is presented with the Grand Cross of the Supreme Order of the German Eagle on his 75th birthday. Henry Ford was the first American recipient of this order, an honor created in 1937. So he literally just came up with something for him. Like, this was the highest honor Nazi Germany could give to any foreigner and represented Adolf Hitler's personal admiration and indebtedness to Henry Ford. The presentation was made by Karl Kapp, the German consul in Cleveland, and Fritz Heller, German consular representative in Detroit.
Wait, there was consular representatives in Cleveland and Detroit?
I
Of
guess
Nazis?
so, man.
I didn't even that would have been great content for us to talk about. I didn't know that they had that.
Yeah, literally, my buddy just went back to fucking no, wait, yeah, no, never mind. Not different city. So the peculiar admiration the National Socialists had for Henry Ford and supposed sympathies that the Detroit industrials harbored for Nazis and keep attracting the curious both academic historians and internet readers. There's something irresistible about the connection. The man taken to symbolize American industrial modernity and the quintessential villains of the 20th century. That's funny. That's such a funny,
there's something almost irresistible and erotic about the connection between the man taken to.
No, it's something that the man that symbolizes American industrial modernity.
Yep.
Is in love with the quintessential villains of the 20th century.
Who can make sense of that? I mean, no, we really don't know. Us over here at. I can't even read.
Well, to answer that question.
Well, actually, I have a. Go ahead, answer it. But I have a very definitive answer to that question.
No, then I'll take it away, Pat.
All right. So, unelectable airwaves. The reason why he did not do that is because Robert Lacey wrote in Ford, The Men and the Machines, that a close Willow Run associate of Ford reported that when he was shown newsreel footage of Nazi concentration camps, he was confronted with the atrocities which finally and unanswerably laid bare the bestiality of the prejudice to which he contributed. He collapsed with a stroke, and his last and most serious. He had suffered previous strokes, and his final stream hemorrhage occurred in 1947 at age 83.
No fucking way.
I don't know. I mean, it's on the Wikipedia page. I don't like, it's this is what they're claiming.
No way.
Whether it's true or not, I think we can all just kind of relish in the thought of that, this old, bitter, anti-Semitic capitalist were shown Nazi concentration camps, and then he just died on the spot.
No way in hell.
He gave to the woke mob. Oh my fucking God.
No way.
Dude,
I'm in disbelief.
I hate that I'm laughing so much about Nazi atrocities, but it's just so ridiculous that I can't help. My dad has been driving a Ford F-150 for my entire life.
The most popular car in America, man.
That's the most popular car in America. And it's emblazed with this guy's legacy.
I can't believe that he's finally shown the thing that he has been talking about and obsessing over and just
and immediately
wrote an entire book about it, and when he's finally seeing it happen, he's just
immediately has a stroke. His brain just hemorrhages when he looks at it.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know who knows how true it was and how immediate it was, but we can think of a very animated version of this happening where he's just shown it and he just immediately his brain just can't handle the thought of it and he just dies. Oh shit. God,
that's crazy.
Hey, have you ever heard of General Motors?
Yeah, they're that stock trading company, right?
General Motors?
Yeah. That makes most of their profit from stock trading after decades of trying to be an automotive manufacturer.
I don't know. Let's hit them with the Control F Nazi. Oh, what's all this? What happened here? During World War II, GM produced vast quantities of armament. Is that like an NFT? An aircraft to allies for World War II. In 1940, GM's William Knudsen served as head of U.S. wartime production. President Franklin Roosevelt in 1942, all of GM's production was to support the war. GM's Vauxhall Motors manufactured the Churchill tank series for the Allies, instrumental in the North African campaign. However, its Opel division,
However,
sketchy looking iconography here, lightning bolt. Is that an SS symbol?
we don't have that brand over here for some reason.
Yeah. Based in Germany, supplied the Nazi Party with vehicles. Sloan, head of the GM at the time, was an ardent opponent of the New Deal, which bolstered labor unions and public transport. And Sloan admired and supported one Adolf Hitler. Nazi armaments chief Albert Speer allegedly said in 1977 that Hitler would never have considered invading Poland without synthetic fuel technology provided by General Motors. GM was compensated $32 million by the United States government because its German factories were bombed by U.S. forces during the war. This is the same United States government that has never given $1 to the victims of slavery or the descendants of the victims of slavery, but kicked out a quick $32 million when they accidentally or intentionally bombed a factory that was producing armaments for Germany to invade Poland. Whoops, I guess.
Like I said before, like there were Germans literally rushing to
Ford factories.
Like Ford factories as
because they knew they would
shelters.
have less of a chance of being bombed within that factory than if they were in some other dwelling or domicile.
Right. So like all of Cologne or whatever the fuck it is, whatever town in Germany it was just like leveled, right? Except for the Ford factory.
Hey, have you ever heard of ITT?
They sound like some kind of computer company or something.
I think they're involved in tech. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that.
Don't look at that.
Yeah, don't look at that. Let's hit that with a Control F and put in the word Nazi. I just want to see what happens. Oh, what the? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Sostenes Ben, and then the CEO of ITT, and his German representative Harry Mann in one of his first meetings with U.S. businessmen. In his book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, probably a really cool book, Anthony Sutton claimed that ITT subsidiaries made cash payments to SS leader Heinrich Himmler.
That guy sounds really familiar.
Subsidiary owned 25% of Fuck Wolf. I don't know.
Fuck Wolf.
The German aircraft manufacturer
25%
of some of the most successful Luftwaffe fighter craft. In the 1960s, ITT corporations won $27 million in compensation for damage inflicted on its share of Fuck Wolf plant by Allied bombing. So again, here's another multi-million-dollar reparation that the United States was like, oh man, we're sorry that we bombed your, I guess, German aircraft manufacturing factory. We're sorry about that.
In the 1960s?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
They really had to simmer on that one for a while and then really decide, like, yeah, we owe you this.
Yeah, just keep it real low and like hush hush and like, it'll work.
In 1943, the ITT became the largest shareholder of Fuck Wolf, and the remainder of the war was
Flugensbau.
What?
Fuck Wolf Flugensbau. Flugzubau.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed all this. Produced German Wehrmacht radar equipment and transceivers in Berlin and other places. ITT Fuck Wolf planes bombed Allied ships, and ITT lines were passing information to German submarines. ITT direction finders were saving other ships from torpedoes. So these were the factories that were making planes that were bombing Allied ships, and the United States decades later, after a good amount of time to think about it and really parse through all the evidence and the nuance and be like, oh shit, we owe you millions of dollars. We're our bad for bombing that.
Jesus.
So
all right, so there's literally like no sector of the American economy when it comes to like large profitable business that wasn't just totally willing to just throat the Nazi boot, just full on, just like, you know, Tom of Finland style stare at, like, you know, what Nazi Germany was doing and be totally down with it. Just totally
Yeah,
into it.
but at least none of like the former Nazis ended up in like our political cabinets, right? That would be like truly egregious, wouldn't it?
I mean, we export them to like other countries, you know,
Yeah,
like when we went over Allende and like, you know,
right. And we might
Pinochet,
use
like
them at
deployed a
NASA. We
Nazi.
might use the scientists in NASA, but we wouldn't like you
Right.
take like, let's say like, I don't know, I'm just
They'll
gonna pull
take us to
something
the
out,
moon.
like somebody that's like a perpetrator, someone who perpetuated a massacre or anything like that in a, like, you know, maybe like our cabinet, let's say like Richard Nixon's cabinet or something like that. We wouldn't do that, would we?
No. They were
Wait,
anti-Nazi.
hold on. Boleslav's Makakovskis. How did this get here? Well, he was a Latvian Nazi collaborator, served as chief of police for the second precinct of the Rezenke while Germans occupied Latvia in World War II. After the war, he went to Austria before reaching the United States in 1951. That's a weird, you know, consolation there, where he served on a subcommittee of the committee to re-elect the president during Richard M. Nixon's 1972 campaign. Interesting. He lied on his U.S. visa application when asked whether he had been complicit in the persecutions of others during World War II. That question was removed from the application the year after Malkovich immigrated to the United States.
What?
And he lived in Mineola, New York for 36 years, where he was active in Latvian organizations and worked as a carpenter until his retirement.
Until his retirement?
In 1965, he was wanted for trial and was tried and sentenced to death in absentia in his former Latvia, by then the Soviet Union. His crimes were detailed in the late 1970s 60-minute Sunday show. Makakovskis was previously featured on the book Wanted, The Search for Nazis in America. Howard Blum, the original publisher of Fawcett Books, was a CBS News affiliate. Soviet Union, which had no extradition treaty with the United States, demanded his extradition. The United States refused, but the Immigration and Naturalization Service began investigation, whose hearings, court actions, and appeals lasted more than 20 years. Mayak Voskis fled from the U.S. in 1987. After his deportation, the Soviet Union became a certainty. He settled in West Germany.
Why that Germany?
Why that Germany? After secretly convincing a diplomatic official to grant him a visa. Makakovskis was tried under the German court system in 1988, but by 1994, he was deemed too frail to continue with the trial. He died in Munster in 1996 at age 92 from a heart attack.
Huh. So that's another guy that just seems to have
couldn't punish him. We just couldn't nail that one down.
Yeah, just like couldn't get him down, you know. He just
slippery Nazi collaborators all over the place. Like, who can fucking
too slick, you know?
Like, the Soviets, they wanted us to extradite him. What are we supposed to do?
Geriatric.
That's like the same shit that happened with Pinochet. When like Pinochet finally got pulled up on his shit, like Margaret Thatcher like brought him to England and was like, no, won't someone think of the dictators?
So
okay.
All right. Do you think we've covered enough of how literally every facet of American business was totally down with the Nazis, like literally supported them throughout the entire war, and when like, you know, literally their shit got wrecked like because of like a stray bomb, right, in, you know, the evil Nazi Germany, you know, the country we were at war with during World War II that we allegedly defeated, and then like rewarded them for continuing to work with them. And then there was the newspapers and the magazines and you know, the politicians, and I think is that
also, but at least we can say that the Allies denazified thoroughly the western portion of Germany, right?
We beat them.
They died, right? They were all dead. We killed them. We had the Nuremberg trials. It's
Nazi scalps, you know, all that jazz, and Glorious Bastards. Like,
well, let's see.
Nazi scalps.
I do like that movie.
Oh, same, but it's you know, a fantasy.
Man, I had this up, and I think it's too much. So, denazification was an allied initiative to rid German and Austrian society, culture, press, economy, judiciary, policy, Nazi ideology following the Second World War. It's carried out by removing those who had been Nazi party or SS members from positions of power and influence, by disbanding them or rendering them impotent the organizations associated with Nazism, and by trying prominent Nazis for war crimes during the Nuremberg trials. The program of denazification was launched after the end of the war and was solidified by the Potsdam Agreement in August of 1945. The term denazification was first coined by a legal term by the 1943 U.S. Pentagon, intended to be applied in a narrow sense with a reference to the post-war German legal system. However, it later took on a broader meaning. I really should have bookmarked what needed to happen here. So the British handed over denazification panels to the Germans, and while Americans did likewise in March of 1946. The French ran the mildest denazification effort. Denazification was carried out in an increasingly lenient and lukewarm way until officially being abolished in 1941. Additionally, the program was hugely unpopular in West Germany, where many Nazis maintained positions of power. Weird how it was so unpopular in the country immediately after they had dominant political power.
Well, I mean, you know, it's something to be said that, like, when you think about it, Nazi Germany only really benefited the extremely rich, and it kind of seems like a lot of the poorer people, right, whether they were active Nazi collaborators and like fodder for the Nazi army or not, right, kind of got the short end of the stick, except for like a lot of, you know, songs and movies and plays and shit where like father and son like abandon class, and it's all about the Volk, you know, this like half made up, like half over exaggerated, like, you know, poor understanding of like history and like culture, like. And then there's like the fact that like women, you know, literally had most of like their rights removed, right? Where they're just like, you know, meant to be baby making machines, right? And then you've got East Germany, which like had more women in government than literally our current government in the U.S. has, right?
I got some points to make about that. I don't know if you're ready for all this, but I got some points. Okay.
Let's hear the points.
So denazification was opposed by the new West German government this is the first, I think the first guy, first chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. So he opposed denazification, who declared that any Nazi was necessary for West German rearmament. On the other hand, denazification in East Germany was considered a critical element of the transformation into a socialist society and was far stricter in opposing Nazism than its counterpart. However, not all former Nazis faced harsh judgment. Doing special tasks for the government protected a few from persecution. So it's important to know as well. I'll concede that. Maybe I'll waste time going into this where I could just go into specifics here. Progress was slowed by the overwhelming numbers of Germans to be processed. Yeah, I don't want to do too much dead air in here because I didn't actually. I read through this, but I have a lot of specifics. Okay, let's just get into that. I just wanted to go right there in this. It says right in the beginning that it was leniently applied until it was abolished in 1951. So it only existed leniently for 6 years until it was abolished, as
Not
opposed
even
to
a full 10.
as opposed to in the East where it was very strict.
Oh, don't, Matt. All right. So to quote the book, right? I'll give you this little bit. After World War II, the Western capitalist allies did little to eradicate fascism from Italy or Germany, except for putting some of the top leaders on trial at Nuremberg. By 1947, German conservatives began to depict the Nuremberg prosecutors as dupes of the Jews and communists. In Italy, the strong partisan movement that had waged armed struggle against fascism was soon treated as suspect and unpatriotic. Within a year after the war, almost all Italian fascists were released from prison, while hundreds of communist and other leftist partisans who had been fighting the Nazi occupation were jailed. History was turned on its head. transforming the Blackshirts into victims and the Reds into criminals. Allied authorities assisted in these measures. In France, very few of the Vichy collaborators were purged. No one of any rank was seriously punished for his or her role in the roundup and deportation of Jews to Nazi camps. Herbert Lottman, The Purge. Much of the same can be said about Germany. See Ingo Müller, Hitler's Justice, Harvard University Press, Part 3, The Aftermath. The U.S. military authorities restored fascist collaborators to power in various Far East nations. In South Korea, for instance, Korean collaborators and the Japanese-trained police were used to suppress left democratic forces. The South Korean army was commanded by officers who had served in the Imperial Japanese Army and, quote, and were proud of it. Numbers of them had been guilty of war crimes in the Philippines and China. Korea, China, and the United States, a look back from the monthly review. And there was like another part about like how many like people that like when the Soviet Union took over like East Germany, how many like Nazis were just straight up like, you know, but I'm trying to find that.
Okay, so I have some more stuff here. So here's some examples of kind of what's being discussed in the book. So here's a guy named Hans Globke. So he was a German lawyer, high-ranking civil servant and politician who was under Secretary of State and Chief of Staff in the German Chancellery in West Germany from 1953 to 1963. In 1936, Globke wrote a legal annotation on the anti-Semitic Nuremberg race laws that did not express any objection to the discrimination against Jews, placing the Nazi Party on a firmer legal ground and setting the path to the Holocaust during World War II. By 1938, he had been promoted to minister something.
Dirigent,
in the Office for Jewish Affairs in the Ministry of the Interior, where he produced the name change ordinance, a law that forced Jewish men to take the middle name Israel and the Jewish woman Sarah for easier identification. In 1941, he issued another statute that stripped Jews in occupied territories of their statehood and possessions. Globke was identified as the author of an Interior Ministry report from France written in racist language that complained of colored blood in Europe and called for the elimination of its influence in the gene pool. So he served in the West German government. Let's see if there's any other.
Christ.
He's probably the only one, right? Like that probably he just slipped through the cracks, probably, right? Like who can keep track of all these Nazis running around?
What role did he have?
What
role did he have in the West German
He worked
government?
in the Jewish affairs. Oh no, he was I'm sorry, he was a Undersecretary of State and Chief of Staff.
What the fuck?
Yeah. For 10 years.
For 10 fucking years? That's like, so what, into the 60s?
Yeah, 1963. Oh, well, what about the Chancellor?
That's an interesting last name.
Let's see. There can't be anything. Oh, this was the Chancellor of West Germany. He gained a certificate as a lawyer in March 1933 and worked as lawyer in Berlin's court from 1935 to 1940. Had joined the Nazi Party in 1933, but remained largely an inactive member. To avoid conscription, he found work at the foreign offices. He was denounced by two colleagues for his anti-Nazi stance. I feel like there was something else in here. Let me see. Because it's saying here that he was like kind of like anti-Nazi, even though he was a part of like the Nazi party.
He worked under Joachim von Ribbentrop.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. But remained, he was called to arms, but avoided mobilization in the foreign broadcast party, rising quickly, deputy department 1940. Department's liaison with propaganda ministry. He worked under Joachim von Ribbentrop, who would later be condemned to death at Nuremberg. After the war, he was interned by the Americans for his connection to Ribbentrop and spent 18 months in the Ludwigsburg camp before being released as a case of mistaken identity.
Sure.
Oh, here we go. So they say he was anti-Nazi. Franco-German journalist Bete Klarsfeld demonstrated Kissinger's close connections to Ribbentrop and Joseph Goebbels, the head of Nazi Germany's propaganda ministry. She also asserted that Kissinger had been chiefly responsible for the contents of German international broadcasts, which included anti-Semitic and war propaganda, and collaborated closely with SS functionaries Gerard Hrulle and Franz Alfred Six. The latter was responsible for the mass murders in Nazi-occupied Eastern Europe and was tied to a war criminal in the Einsatzgruppen trial at Nuremberg. Even after becoming aware of the extermination of Jews, Kissinger continued to produce anti-Semitic propaganda. These allegations were based in part on documents that Albert Norden published about culprits of war and Nazi crimes. So there's a lot of like really interesting, like, oh, they said he was, not so down with the Nazis, but that sounded pretty clear, right?
In comparison, when the communists took over in East Germany, they removed some 80% of the judges, teachers, and officials for their Nazi collaboration. They imprisoned thousands, and they executed 600 Nazi party leaders for war crimes.
Mhm.
They would have shot more of the war criminals had not so many fled to the protective embrace of the West.
Yes, and that's a big.
How many people were executed at the Nuremberg trials?
I think it was only like 30, right?
Ten prominent members of the political and military leadership of Nazi Germany were executed by hanging.
There was only
That's
10.
it.
Okay.
That's it.
But yeah, but what about this guy though? He was literally president of West Germany from 1959 to 1969. What was he doing? Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And look, all these would say like the birthplace. Oh, here's like, why do all
Here's
these
him just palling around with his buddies from a couple of years ago?
Say the word Nazi on it. There's no like, it's just
center back.
Guys,
which guy in the center? Which one?
It's so funny that every other one is like, oh, here he is with this person. Here's his this, here's his that. And then this person is just like 1941. I don't know. Who knows what could be happening in this picture?
Just a bunch of fashionable gentlemen. Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
You can't make it. We can't. Let's not jump to any conclusions about what he may have been doing, you know?
He just worked in government. All right. Jesus.
He performed 3 military exercises in the Wehrmacht as a reserve officer and was promoted to first lieutenant in the reserve. In 1940, he was promoted to captain of the reserve. So yeah, this guy was president of West Germany. So what I'm going to bring up now is a really cool book that I have here that I actually read about this denazification kind of farce. It's called Stasi State or Socialist Paradise. Spoiler alert, it was neither. And that's what the conclusion of the book. But very good book.
I just wanted to bring this up real quick. Chud's love to remind us the USSR had paperclip too, but their Nazis were in deep dark cells and ours were on TV. You can actually, I forget what the fuck the book is that my friend recommended, but like they would frequently have workplace accidents where these guys that were part of like the Soviet version of paperclip would just die in grisly fashions.
So check this out here. I'll link this PDF too. So if anybody else is interested, it's a really good book, especially the second time around that I was reading through it to further bolster my claims of not denazification by the West being absolutely impotent in just like a show trial. So let's see here. Okay. Right into the 1960s, many highly decorated Nazis and war criminals were occupying top positions within the Western government. Oh, let me zoom in on this a little bit. Western German state. There were 21 secretaries of state ministers, 100 generals and admirals in the Bundeswehr, 824 senior members of the judiciary, 244 leading civil servants in the diplomatic corps and foreign office who had been top Nazis. Many top lawyers who had willingly enacted Nazi laws handed down death sentence for political crimes, and medical professionals who had been involved in human experimentation, race hygiene, genetic selection, forced sterilization, and euthanasia were reinstated.
Of course.
And there's a very interesting list that it goes into here. We don't have to get into each of these.
You know, it's funny how we don't have like movies being made about like this aspect.
Yeah.
You know, like we'll have movies like Zero Dark 30 and like all this other shit, like about how like, you know, oh, these are the things that like we had to do for the sake of like, you know, American security or any of this other shit. And then there's like the countless World War II fetishization and stuff. But like, we never have any kind of media representation about this.
Right. And then this is, I won't read through it because I already read about Hans Globke. I already read about Kurt Kissinger, but this is like 1, 2, like these are all Hans Speidel,
Hans Spiegel,
Willy Brandt. It keeps going on and on and on about different people in high ranking positions. Now let's talk about something that's a little bit more alternative to that. Many leaders of the post-war East German, later GDR government had a track record of active opposition to the Nazi regime. Many had spent years in concentration camps, prison, and exile, either in the Soviet Union or in Western countries like France, Britain, Mexico, or the USA, and a number of them were Jewish. The workers and socialist movements within Germany had been effectively destroyed by Hitler, and many of the leaders had been murdered in concentration camps, and as a result, there was a limited number of experienced leaders. The inclusion of prominent figures from Jewish backgrounds is in the first and subsequent East German governments and in leading positions of the state also serves to undermine the oft-repeated accusation that the GDR was anti-Semitic, and it was in stark contrast to the situation in West Germany. The background
and if the GDR, right, is often, you know, accused of being like a puppet state of the Soviet Union at a time where Stalin is alive, right, then isn't that kind of counterintuitive to rabid anti-Semite Stalin allowing like, you know, his puppet state to be run by a bunch of like Jewish people?
I would say so. I would say that's a logical assumption. The background of those exiles who returned to East Germany also differed from that of most other communist-run countries of Eastern Europe. They returned determined to build a democratic, anti-fascist Germany. That was the intention. Even if the goals were not achieved, fascism was eradicated and an attempt was made under the most inauspicious circumstances, to build an alternative society which had led inexorably to the emergence of fascism. And I won't go into all of these, but Otto Grotewald became the first prime minister of the GDR, and he was an active proponent of long-lasting peace settlement in Europe. He was a former leader of the SDP in the Soviet zone of occupation. He had been imprisoned by the Nazis several times. Walter Ulbricht became the first general secretary of the Socialist Unity Party. He was a former joiner and spent his years in exile in the USSR. He was replaced by Erich Honecker, former roofer, who became party and leader of the Ulbricht. Honecker had been arrested by the Gestapo in 1935 and spent following years in Nazi prison. Wilhelm Pike had spent Nazi period and war years in exile in the USSR. Albert Norden, escaping before the Nazis could arrest him and spent his exile years in the USA. Hermann
Son of a rabbi.
Came from a Jewish family and survived internment in both Auschwitz and, is this Birkenau? Is that how you pronounce this?
I thought it was Buchenwald.
Isn't something called Birkenau?
Yeah, there was one called Birkenau, but I think that one's in like Poland, I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
I was just making sure that I wasn't fucking that up. Klaus came from a Jewish family background, escaped Nazis, spent his exile works within the resistance in France and Britain. Marcus Wolf was the son of a renowned playwright from the medical doctor Friedrich Wolf. He was also in the Soviet Union during the Nazi period. Didn't you say there was a son of one of those, yeah. So
Yeah.
we can see, do you notice a big contrast between these two political arrangements?
It's like a theme. So to tie this back to the book, right? Like, you know, and I had said before, Cologne. Thus, Cologne was almost leveled by Allied bombing, but its Ford plant providing military equipment for the Nazi army was untouched. Indeed, German civilians began using it as a plant. It's the plant as an air raid shelter. For decades, the U.S. leaders have done their part in keeping Italian fascism alive. From 1945 to 1975, U.S. government agencies gave an estimated $75 million to right-wing organizations in Italy, including some with close ties to the neo-fascist Movimento Sociale Italiano, MSI is how I'm going to refer to it, mindless self-indulgence. In 1975, the Secretary of State Henry Kissinger met with MSI leader Giorgio Almirante in Washington to discuss what the alternatives might be considered should the Italian communists win the elections and take control of the government. Hundreds of Nazi war criminals found a haven in the United States, either living in comfortable anonymity or, there's that word, or actively employed by the U.S. intelligence agencies during the Cold War and otherwise enjoying the protection of high-placed individuals. Some of them found their way onto the Republican presidential campaign committees of Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and George Bush. In Italy, from 1969 to 1974, high-ranking elements in Italian military intelligence and civilian intelligence agencies, members of the P2, a secret lodge of upper-class reactionaries, also referred to as Propaganda Due. Look it up. Pro-fascist Vatican officials and top military brass, and here it is, folks, Gladio, a NATO-inspired anti-communist mercenary force, embarked upon a concerted campaign of terror and sabotage known as the Strategy of Tension. Other participants included a secret neo-fascist group called the Ordine Nuovo, NATO officials, members of the Carabinieri, mafia bosses, 30 generals, 8 admirals, and influential Freemasons like Licio Gelli, a fascist war criminal recruited by the U.S. intelligence in 1944. Terrorism was aided and abetted by the international security apparatus, including the CIA. In 1995, the CIA refused to cooperate with an Italian parliamentary commission investigating the strategy of tension. And they did a series of kidnappings, assassinations, bombing, massacres, including the explosion that killed 85 people and injured some 200, many seriously, in the Bologna train station in August 1980. You can always go on YouTube and you can literally look up NATO's secret armies, and it's a whole documentary by PBS of all places, not some like kooky left wing dudes on YouTube, just like literally PBS. As subsequent judicial investigations concluded, the strategy of tension was not a simple product of neo-fascism, but the consequence of a larger campaign conducted by the state security forces against the growing popularity of the democratic parliamentary left, especially in Italy. And if you look up what Domenico Lacerdo, the authors that me and Pat mentioned fairly often, he was actually trying to revive the Italian Communist Party.
So we're definitely wrapping up here. Just one last thing before we go, and Johnny just did like a very eloquent and detailed explanation of how the United States continued to support fascist forces against any semblance of democracy or freedom or respect of self-determination that they claim to respect so wholeheartedly or be the arbiters of even. Let's talk about the misconception of West Germany versus East Germany dynamic, where while the GDR might not have been the epitome of democracy, neither was the Federal Republic, which was West Germany. Both were scarred and marred by the post-war settlement, but in radically different ways. In 1950, Adenauer banned all communists from public service. And in 1956, outlawed the Communist Party of Germany, the Free German Youth Organization, the Federation of the Victims of Fascism, which is funny, and the German-Soviet Friendship Society, while protecting and reinstating former Nazis, as we just went over ad nauseum. By the mid-1960s, 250,000 judicial investigations had been undertaken against suspected communists, and around 10,000 were actually imprisoned, as were socialists and others opposed to the remilitarization of the country or were members of organizations working to promote links of friendship with the GDR. A big demonstration in May 1952 for peace and against the remilitarization of Germany was banned by the West German government. Despite this, thousands converged on the city of Essen, but were violently attacked by the police using live ammunition and dogs. Many young people were badly injured, and 3 were shot in the back, many of whom died later of his wounds. So this is like a Tiananmen Square style, protest, crackdown, which, much like the Gwangju uprising of 1980 that occurred in South Korea, is absolutely not a household name like Tiananmen Square. And we can condemn the Tiananmen Square. There's a lot that goes into that, but let's just say that was police brutality. we can condemn that, but also it's curious how maybe some of these things in West Germany or South Korea are not so publicized. It's just interesting. It's something to think about.
So,
But
what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, I think we've exhaustively established the first chapter of this book and the sentiment that I was trying to express. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I have to pee. I have to get up at 7:00 in the morning tomorrow for work.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, we're done.
Did you have anything else?
Oh, I was just gonna kind of bring up the fact that like people are always going on and on about like, oh, the Stasi, and never like the Federal Intelligence Service of the West German government, often abbreviated as like the BND.
And the Stasi
Right.
weren't always great. The Stasi weren't actually. I wouldn't consider any police of like to be great. You know what I mean? Even if it's of a socialist country, the police aren't fucking great. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
you can still criticize the authoritarian, whatever, like authority structure there is within that, while also looking at the broader picture of what the entire institution was.
Look, I'm not like trying to make an argument to be like pro cop or anything like that, but it's like, I don't know. They were fairly anti-Nazi. They were fairly anti-reactionary.
But yeah.
You know, I kind of feel like in a lot like of these cases, especially after reading, you know, like Why Women Had Better Sex Under Socialism.
That's referenced in this too. It's kind of a small book, but I mean, I sent the link in there if anybody wants to read it. It's really good.
Right. It's just I don't know. I kind of feel like if the Stasi is coming after you, it just makes me kind of question. It's sort of like how like people wonder like how like the post-Soviet Union Russia is so like reactionary and stuff like that. It just kind of makes you wonder like, well, who do you think the government was oppressing?
Right. I mean, I wouldn't say, I'm always open to hearing about how there's like, issues, within socialist states about how power may be abused,
definitely.
Excesses may occur and things like that. And I think there's many instances of that, but you know what I mean? Like, obviously just that is just one portion that probably deserves criticism, but it's part of an entire fucking, overall society. We're talking about entire nations with long histories and many fucking, layers of nuance and context that have to be understood before you just kind of like paint them in like, this is undemocratic totalitarianism, when you can probably glean a lot of the same inferences from the West side, which you probably don't consider that way. Same thing with North and South Korea.
Well, when you add the extra little detail that like, the person in charge of like the West German secret
Was
police
literally a Nazi.
Yes, a CIA affiliated anti-communist Gulen organization affiliate spy master Nazi.
Yeah, I would agree that weighs it to the other side, and I'm in agreement with you. So I think we'll put a pin in it there. Join us on Sunday, where we will
I got a banner for this.
Oh wait, is Sunday New Year's Day? Do we not want to do that? Or
I don't know, man. Do you want to do that?
I will if you want to. I mean, I don't really have any plans for New Year's Day, but if you have something else, I totally understand why you may not want to.
I mean, like, if we do, for now, I will say that we will, and we may not, and
we're going to confer about this. You might see us, you might not. I don't know. Who knows? But we will return with more of Blackshirts and Reds. And I got to tell you, man, this 20 page. Did my video cut?
A little bit.
Can you hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
These 22 pages produced so much research that I did. Like, it made me break out this Fascism in Big Business by Daniel Gurian. If you want to learn more about those industrial connections between big finance and the fascists, this book is fucking incredible. Perenni recommends this. If you want to learn about the GDR and how it may have differed from West Germany and all these things about denazification and how they were a sham, check out Stasi Stated Socialist Paradise. If you want to learn more about the Wehrmacht and the less examined Holocaust that occurred in Belarus, check out Marching into Darkness. You want to learn about the social revolution that occurred in Germany after World War One? Check out All Power to the Councils. And again, I'm always going to bring this up when we were talking about Gladio and the CIA involvement in post World War II Europe. Check out Killing Hope by William Blum. He goes over Gladio here as well as multiple other ways, including directly after the war, in which the United States was like abusing Italy with like leaflets of like, don't let the communists take over, because communists were very, very popular after the fascists lost. Communists were the ones who drug Mussolini through the fucking streets. So if you need to read anything, this is a good place to start if you're more interested in this subject.
Jesus.
What, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I got like a stack of books sitting here that like I wanted to show you that I got just like fairly recently, including the one that like, you know, you lent me. And these were all like the books I got. Oh God, over the holiday. Oh man. Oh, so many books. Oh, there's the Antonio Gramsci one. There's Wretched of the Earth. There's Writings for Liberation Psychology by Jose Martin Barreau. There's Utopia of Rules on Technology, Stupidity.
That is by Jose Marti.
What?
Jose Marti?
No. Martin Barreau. Ignacio.
Oh.
Sorry. Ignacio Martin Barreau. Sorry.
Yeah.
This guy right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got murdered by right-wing death squads trying to write about liberation psychology.
Whoops.
There's the Killing Fields, right? There's the Withdrawal, right? There's I got a copy of this recently. God is Red by Vine Deloria Jr.
Nice.
And fucking Trotskyism, the Counter-Revolution by MJ Olgan.
Right.
And I got this recently for my friends for Christmas. And I got this. This is old as fuck, and I'm scared to even open it because I'm scared it will just like fall apart on me. And I also got this because I need to start lifting again. And
nice.
Yeah.
Well, evidently we got reading to do, and I have peeing to do. So everybody have a good night. You may or may not catch us on Sunday, but if not, we'll see you when we see you. Love everybody. Thank you, Sam. You're the best. Wish everybody a good night. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Talk to you soon, Pat. All right, everybody. So what are we feeling? I think we'll probably raid Horse, I guess. Horse is always good. Horse is always doing something fun. Yeah? Unless anybody has any other suggestions that they want to go to. All right. Whoo. Val Salam. Stay strong out there. If we see you, we see you. If we don't, have a happy new year. Be safe out there. All right?